taking away that which is helping smokers quit smoking. Why? I love cherry. I'm a fanboy of cherry.
Yeah, I mean, cherry's amazing. So we're actually we're going live right now.
All right.
So we're
I'm
just
tweeting.
let's tweet and share. Once there it is, it's up. We can share the feed, and we will endeavor to get this thing rolling until we get ready. So let's welcome people to the room. We are endeavoring to promote this show. So everybody that's joining the room, share, share, share.
All bots unite.
Yes, the robot overlord, Kev over there is giving us instructions.
Yeah. Beep bop 0101. Troop. Cherry. Cat. I can't see all of you. I have to share it first, or Patrick will fire me.
Yes, we want as many people in the world to see the show, because when Dr. Glover gets here, this is going to be off the hook.
I hope so.
Kevin, you have to remember to be respectful and to refrain from using too much drunken cursing. And
yeah, that's me. I actually almost wore a tie. Believe that or
not. Yeah, that's not my bag. So ties are not my thing. Let's see.
I could have wore some nuts and bolts up on here.
You could get the Frankenstein neck. We could go get some super glue and some extra nuts and bolts and just glue them to your neck.
That's right.
All right, one more group.
Did you Twitterize it?
No. I wrote that thing today, and I just really am not smart enough to figure out how to shorten that many paragraphs into a tweet. So
yeah,
that's not really my thing. So I mean, I love Twitter, don't get me wrong. So welcome and hello and welcome, my fellow vapors. It is Friday night, and Kevin and I are here. Fig may indeed join us later. He's overwhelmed with stuff. And Dr. Glover from New Zealand will be joining us. She's got the link, and she will pop in when she's ready.
Hi, Dave. I see you. Buttercup is live and ready to go.
Paul shared it for us.
Thank you,
on
Paul.
Twitter. He Twitterized it for me because I'm a Luddite and essentially a caveman operating this computer. So
that's right. And Dave the other day called me Buttercup Bot.
Buttercup Bot. Aren't you more like Ginger Bot?
Ginger Bot. Ooh, I like that one.
Ginger Bot. You know, you could be like the soulless, redheaded, freckle-covered robot.
All those freckles are souls I've collected over the years.
Usually it's only the female gingers that are that evil.
Yeah, okay.
most of the redheaded gingers that I've ever met are just gay.
Well, only around Demi.
So, let's see. Dino and Kevin are in the room, and Jennifer is in the room, and Brian. Hello, Brian, and Tim, and the old grumpy bastard himself, David Gerlitz, is in the room.
Mr. Gorlitz is in the room. I like
Paige
to see that.
And Cheryl and Reed, and the wonderful and beautiful Miss Cherry Lai is in the room. Mm-hmm. I am just at her feet. For somebody to just recently join us in the community, to just, she's so new, and to be as amazing as her, I can't fathom. Now, I've been vaping 10 years and I'm in the old man category now, and I'm sort of the grumpy bastard. I don't remember ever being as energetic as her, though. I've been grumpy and tired the whole time. Well, Frank's in the room, and Miss Karen, and obviously Troop and Kat Johnson. So hello, people. There's currently 56 people in the chat room. I think
Jake?
Dr. Glover is waiting for there to be 100 people in the chat room. So we definitely need to share. Jennifer, my handle on Twitter is @notnoir. Or just do hashtag Son of Liberty Radio.
I'll put it in the.
That is my. I actually renamed myself. I didn't know that I could change my name until see what I'm saying about being a Luddite and behind the times. So yes, I actually recently went and changed my name.
So are you running on 3.1 then?
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Bots 3.1.
No, I'm actually not even bot level. I'm like Apple II, like DOS. 5 1/4 inch floppy. Oh, rub it, it'll get bigger. No. So God. while we're waiting for our guest, I saw this evening, and this probably just goes to the fact that I am still not current on everything, but I saw this video and I'm like, this is cool. I'm gonna play this during the show. So let's play this. It's only 31 seconds long, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear that?
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. Deemy's in the room. Straighten up.
Oh, I can't. I gotta be good.
Jake's in the room.
No, I don't actually have to be good anymore. Okay.
He must have heard Ginger and he popped right in.
Yeah, let's do this again. I think I know what I'm doing now.
Okay.
42 years old. I quit smoking using flavored vape. Strawberries and cream to be exact. And now you want to call us bots and try and dehumanize me. Well, guess what? You see this? This is what a bot can't do. Register to vote. I'm not a bot. And we do vape. And we will vote. Have a nice day.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
That's amazing pixels on that man.
Hey, sadly, we're at this point now, but here now we actually have a guest.
Sweet.
Somebody who is way smarter than both of us. So
way. She's muted.
Is she muted? She's not by me. Oh.
No, she's getting ready.
Can you not hear me?
Can now.
Now we can hear you.
Okay.
So I'd like to introduce everybody to Dr. Marewa. I'm going to say this wrong. I apologize.
Marewa.
Okay. Marewa.
Yeah.
Glover from the wonderful country of New Zealand. We've talked about New Zealand on the show before because at one point they were as draconian as you could possibly be about vaping. And over the last few years, from the opening of A Billion Lives until now, things have changed. So I thought we'd definitely have her on. We've had Paul from Australia on. He's in the chat room before talking about Australia. And I really think that a lot of us Americans think that we're the only ones that are having any problems. So it's always good to bring in people with different voices and the ability to shine a different light. So Dr. Glover, introduce yourself.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so I've been doing tobacco control. So one of those nasty people for a long time. It feels like forever, but nearly 30 years, and really a lot of looking for ways to help people stop smoking. Lots of my research has been in smoking cessation, how to help people stop smoking, but also looking at increasing the tax and banning smoking wherever. So I was really deeply in that. And I think that the vaping revolution, I had been advocating for snus previously here in New Zealand, which the Ministry of Health said was banned, Swedish snus. And, there's 30 years of long evidence, good evidence that, yeah, great, that there's really very little risk. If there's any risk, it's so close to zero. The evidence is really not good on all of the snus being dangerous for you or as dangerous as smoking. Totally isn't. And then, of course, we weren't having any success here in New Zealand getting the Ministry of Health to consider allowing people to use snus. And then along came e-cigarettes. And so it was like, well, maybe this. At first, I have to say, I was skeptical, and I thought it's just another gimmick out of China. There have been a lot of them. Powders that you sprinkle on your cigarette or paint on to make it taste metallic. There's just been a lot. So I just thought it was just another gimmick. And weren't we all wrong? So the public health sector actually didn't pay very much attention to e-cigarettes at first, most likely for that reason. And of course, people who smoked around the world just, there was this mass exodus, as you know, and then the public health sort of go, oh my gosh, what is this? And everyone's quitting. Hang on, what happened here? And then of course a whole lot of, oh my gosh, is this going to be harmful? That story. And some of us were like, so okay, we have another greatly risk-reduced product here. We need to seriously look at it. And I can't believe that it's 14 years since, and I know people who have been vaping for 11, 12 years now, long-term regular vapors, and they just get better and better and stronger. And, it's like they're aging backwards, they've, their health has been improving. And, so all of the bots out there and the anecdotes, the great proof, I think that's for many of us who are pro vaping and pro harm reduction. It's because we know a lot of people who switch to vaping, even accidentally, and we've stayed in touch. We have relationships with these people. We know they're getting better. We know they're healthier. We've seen reversal of harm. We've seen so many people quit, and that is what we're after here, switching from that combustible product to all of these other ones, the snus, the vaping, any of these greatly risk-reduced products. And it's just, I'm really sorry about what's happening in the States. We've been through it here, not totally, not as bad as you are going through now. Australia's really bad. They're just going, prohibition. And we're lucky. We're following the UK model, and a lot of leading researchers here from not quite 2004, but when I came back from GFN 2015, the Global Forum on Nicotine in Warsaw, I went to see the Ministry of Health. I gave them all information. We started to have seminars and bring together the leading academics in tobacco control. It hasn't been plain sailing. We have had our arguments and our disagreements. There's still quite a lot of that. There's some at the pro end, and there's actually a small minority at the prohibition end now. So it's been really fantastic to see people, well, we've got to look at the evidence, do studies, and I've seen people who are way down the anti-end come across. Although it is mainly, it's like all right, you can use it for quitting only, and then you've got to stop. So we still have a lot of that, but but a lot of people are saying, look, if you keep vaping and that stops you from relapsing to smoking, then that's okay. Yeah.
Well, originally when the patch came out, it was also just like that. It was here's a doctor's prescription. You go and get it at the pharmacy, and you can only use it for a certain amount of time, and then you have to stop.
Yeah.
And now you can buy them over the counter here in the States, at least. You can just go and get them forever and ever and ever, and they love that because it's a maintenance device for them now.
Yeah, and like you're using snus as well, and presumably vape. People here get the patches, so they have their vape kit. They have some, not so many people using snus, but it is being sold here now, but they have the patches or gum as well. So if you can't vape somewhere, or you're going on the plane, then people are using those patches and gum in that way. Yeah.
Is there a reason for Sweden with so much success of snus or snus? Is there a reason like our country and your country were denying it or hiding it? Why?
Because it was a tobacco company product.
Well, and I think that I never chewed tobacco, for example, but I know for a fact that there's a product that looks really similar, and people put it in between their gum. It's a little packet. They put it in between their gum. They spit, obviously, so that's undesirable. And I really feel like it's an ideological thing because it looks like something else. It's like they don't like vaping because it looks like smoking. They don't like snus because it looks like that chewing tobacco product.
Yeah. Well,
and I don't think the general public are caring enough to educate themselves on the differences.
Yeah, we've just demonized tobacco products in general, and the only ones that became okay to use were the pharmaceutical products. So, if it's a medicine, then that's okay. But recreational tobacco use, that had to be demonized. And that was part of our whole denormalization strategy. So was one of the things that I am interested in terms of my research is looking at other cultural ways of understanding the use of tobacco and nicotine, and looking at tobacco control. So tobacco control is very heavily based on American psychology, like the social learning theory. And if you take Bandura's social learning theory, and that basically says, what you see your parents do and what you see others do in your environment, you will do as well. So pretty much that's one of the driving theories of tobacco control. We must get people not doing it in public, not doing it in front of children, and cut off that role modeling. But nobody ever challenges the theory and say, well, is that actually true? And does that necessarily apply around the world? For example, how come only 4% of Chinese women smoke? So something else is going on there. Religion can come into it where it's not a done thing. The body's a temple, or there are gender differences where it's not appropriate for women to smoke. So even though they're seeing it and it's in the environment, anyway, they could say, oh, well, they don't see women do it. So the theories are very important, and they need to be looked at more closely, because what's happening with vaping kind of has brought into relief that some of those theories are not standing up anymore.
And I know that we had Paul on the show from Australia, and he was giving numbers from Australia about the Aboriginal people, the First Nations people. Here even in America, Native Americans have higher rates of smoking And I understand I can't read your background, but I did a little research. So some of your work has to do with that, correct?
Yes, that's right. My focus is on, well, my centre, which is funded by the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World, a non-profit 501c in the States. And my focus is going to be looking at Indigenous people all over the world. So we know a lot about Australia, New Zealand, the US, Canada, and a little bit about New Caledonia and the Sami. There's not good stats on the Sami, but we know about them. But we don't know about, the over 80 other Indigenous people in the world and their smoking rates. So I'm starting to have a look at that. Am finding higher smoking rates among many Indigenous people. Our smoking rates, our women are Māori 32%. And if we look at women, for example, women who are aged 22, 45% smoke. That's very, very high still. But we've come down from really high rates of 60, 70% in the 1960s. But 1960s, that's, we're talking like 6 decades of reduction here, anti-smoking campaigns over many, many decades. And we've had a very glacially slow reduction. It's more like a slow cultural change than the taxes did it, or plain packaging did it, or mass media campaign did it. It's probably bans on smoking inside workplaces, those sorts of environmental bans probably had more to do with it. Mm-hmm. And just the US Surgeon General's report in 1964, where they actually said, hey, smoking kills. And then since that point, we have that, that slow reduction has occurred.
Mm-hmm. My wife
Until vaping.
My wife is from the Philippines, and they have very high rates of smoking across the whole country. But other, Southeast Asia is also quite high.
Mainly among men.
Yes.
The men's smoking rates throughout the Southeast Asian countries. Yes, as I said,
it's a very cultural thing for them.
Yeah, and so the gender differences in those cultures has protected women. The social mores around gender roles has protected women so far. The reason Māori women have the highest rates of smoking in New Zealand is we didn't have tobacco beforehand, unlike in America. The tobacco plants they belonged to the Native American tribes. They all each had their own particular type of tobacco plant and used it in different ways. So it's sacred to them. But we didn't have a tobacco plant or any plant that held, that had nicotine in it to that extent, or if at all. So it was introduced by the colonists, and same kind of story as what happened in the States when alcohol was introduced, and it was introduced to exploit, Native American people, get them addicted to alcohol, then they'll trade anything, just for booze instead of money and true value. And so tobacco and alcohol were used the same way here, but they were the smoking was introduced to Māori women and men. So our women have been smoking for 180, 200 years. And then you've got both mum and dad smoking. So you have much higher rates of uptake among children if both parents smoke. And so, it's generations and generations. It's a lot to turn around. But vaping is the first real threat to the cigarette, the first real intervention that it has appeal. We have higher rates of vaping among Māori. We've had a specific Māori program to get it out there, and our Māori families are taking it up. They often have, it's a lot more people in the family smoke, and so they're spreading vaping to each other, and they're starting to do that more together. So it's just fantastic. And the whole idea of a flavor ban, restricting where you can vape, basically banning vaping wherever smoking is banned, which here is pretty extensive. And the other one that the government's looking at is now limiting the amount of nicotine. These are disastrous. It's just disastrous.
I mean, you've seen here, we've had a Twitter war been going on for quite some time. Poor Kevin got renamed bot number 5, I believe.
3.
Oh, you were number 3.
I'm number 3.
So have you oiled up and are you ready to go? Because I know that you have questions for Dr. Glover.
Not hard questions. I'm oiled up, I guess. I guess, Dr. Glover, first of all, I love you dearly.
Thank
You you have been a ray of sunshine in a very, very bad thunderstorm. And when I started in 2013, I did my survey. I was told by Alan Beard, I don't remember this is 2015 or 16. You were at a nicotine symposium in New Zealand, and you quoted my survey. Now, the dedication for Alan to watch 2 hours and some odd minutes to find you saying that quote is pretty important to me, and that you said it was also important. And the quote, for anybody else that doesn't know, that was that at the end of it, they had stopped vaping and they could move mountains again, or climb mountains again.
Climb mountains again, yeah.
And that's a very serious, one of the very serious quotes from that survey. And you actually chose one of the ones that I loved, absolutely loved. The questions I guess I have for you: how did you become interested in tobacco control, first of all? And how could you explain how, if you're able, the demonizing of a smoker to feel that guilty that they have to quit?
Yeah. Okay. So I went to I went to work in Wellington, which is where our government is, to learn how the government works. And I got a job as a policy analyst in what at the time was a very new public health commission. So an independent commission looking at public health and improving public health. And I asked advice of Dr. Murray Logerson, who became a mentor to me. And I said to him, I've done all of this university training. What can I concentrate on that will bring about the biggest health gain for Māori? Because we're overrepresented among many negative statistics, very similar to Native American peoples. And he said, well, there's 2 things. One of them was help people stop smoking. And the other one was promoting barrier methods of contraception to stop the spread of STDs and etc. and early pregnancy, unplanned pregnancies. So my father, everyone smoked back then. So I was exposed as a child. I did have asthma, and I thought that that was because of them smoking around me. I'm now not so sure. As I've learned more, I'm sure it didn't help. But I still occasionally get asthma from pollen and allergy type things. So it wasn't only smoking. I did take up smoking myself, and I think around 13, experimenting with others at school. And by the time I was working full time at 16, I became a regular smoker then. But I got sick quite early. In my early 20s, I had chronic bronchitis. The anti-smoking campaigns in Australia really sort of, with a doctor going, if you smoke, you'll die, and squeezing black stuff out of a big sponge. And I thought, I really believed it because I had chronic bronchitis. And I thought, this makes sense. So I I would stop cold turkey. I was a very light smoker, I must say, only about 10 a day.
Okay.
And I would quit, and then depending on who I'm going out with, I would smoke, or I would not smoke, or I would relapse. And I mean, but basically, when I did quit, and I went to physio for a year to get the gunk out of my lungs, and I became kind of oversensitive to the smell of cigarette smoke. I think that some of it was psychosomatic, that I would try not to breathe. I would sort of hold my breath and only shallow breathe into the top parts of my lung. So some of it was psychosomatic, some of it was maybe the allergy thing. I hated it. I hated cigarette. And of course you hear that when people quit smoking, a lot of people become, they really, really hate it. And so I was one of those. And I would give the dirty looks and do the windmill arms and that, hold the nose. Yeah, I became really horrid. And then, of course, so when Murray said, help people stop smoking, I think it helps to do things that are a passion for you, and usually we would think of things you love, dedicate yourselves to something you love. Well, equally, hatred is a pretty strong driving force. So that was where my passion came from. And so I worked, I basically dedicated my career to reducing smoking in as many places as possible. And, I do feel quite bad about how fundamentalist I was. I'm kind of a born again, like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. There's so many things. The stigmatizing we did, and I'd sit around with others in tobacco control. We were always trying to cook up what's the next nastiest thing we could do. Right. And this comes to your second question about the whole, why does tobacco control try to make people feel so bad? And again, it comes back to an American theory. The trans-theoretical stages of change model became like the gold standard in smoking cessation, and that comes from America. And part of that, the counseling method was to use what's called motivational interviewing. So it's just a technique when you're working with people, motivational interviewing. It's used across a number of addictions and counseling, very common. But one of the things you try to do with people is to point out, well, what do you want in life, and what are your values? How do you see yourself? You see yourself as a good parent, and then you're supposed to gently point out, but you're smoking around your children, and this is harmful. So you try to create what's called cognitive dissonance, where the people are going, oh, this doesn't fit with the way I see myself, my identity. You deliberately want to create this feeling uncomfortable, and you want to break down their identity, give them a spoiled identity, we call it in the literature, a spoiled identity. And it's all very, very deliberate and based on American psychology. And the idea is that if you do that successfully, people will move to try to align their behavior with their identity and with their values and with what they want in life.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
that's way more than a mouthful of things that I've thought of that were being done. So so nearly everything in tobacco control that we do is all about basically. I used a picture at one of the Global Forum on Nicotine of Bavarian. Sorry, I'm not talking to you, Siri. Of a Bavarian whipping school where they teach people how to whip, and it is basically bash them. Eventually, they will obey. We will obey and we will succumb.
Yes, that's right. But of course, not everybody does, right?
Right.
Some people, the more you bash them, the more they fight back or resist or rebel.
That's me.
Yeah,
Patrick.
yes. So the carrot and the stick, isn't it? It's the carrot and the stick. And tobacco control has, for several decades now, or say three decades, pretty much done the stick and beat, try and induce shame, try and induce guilt, try and induce this disappointment in yourself and who you are because you smoke, and the whole social exclusion. Now, this is one of the worst things you can do to people, is socially exclude them. And we see these rising rates of suicide in our Western nations. Here in New Zealand, we have one of the highest rates of male youth suicide in the world. And that exclusion, you don't belong.
Right.
There's no role for you here. There's no place for you here. We don't want you here. That's some of the most punishing behavior you can dish out to people in a society. And that's pretty much where we got to. We had little wins like, we'll ban smoking in the workplace, and then we'd get another win and another win. But, about 8 years ago, when I started to see, because what people don't connect is, if you make people feel really bad about themselves and you're inducing this guilt, then add in the taxes, and you're really hurting them financially now. We have the highest priced cigarettes in the world in New Zealand relative to income. And Māori are overrepresented among the unemployed. They're overrepresented among the lower socioeconomic. And I began to see through my research the harm we were doing. I'm trying to help, not harm.
Right.
And the other thing, if you do believe in that psychology of creating cognitive dissonance, or even if you understand why do people smoke, it's a stress reliever. The primary cause of relapsing to smoking is negative affect, negative emotion.
Right.
And so,
most Western civilization, but one of the things we do to our criminals is put them in prison and remove them from society.
Yeah.
It's the way that we punish people.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think we all understand that isolating people is one of the worst things you can do. It's a key plank of tobacco control, of anti-smoking campaigns, is to exclude people. Now you can't, landlords won't rent to you. There are district health boards, hospitals here in New Zealand that will not give people a job if they're a smoker.
Right.
So doors are shutting. And some people are quitting. Definitely, some people quit. The price goes up. These restrictions come in on smokers. Plus, they can be openly abused on the street, and people are more likely to cheer about that. I've had people say to me, "I don't have any compassion or any sympathy for anyone who sells cigarettes, right? Let alone who smokes." And if you create that negative affect, we're actually deliberately trying to get people to feel bad, feel excluded, feel guilty, hurt in the pocket. We're talking serious financial loss here, 5,000 New Zealand dollars a year on smoking on average for most smokers. All you're then doing is creating exactly the driver to smoke. You're putting more stress, more pressure. And so I came to the realization that especially my, people, Māori, especially women, especially lower socioeconomic, we're caught in this bind where more and more bashing of them led to more and more stress, leads to more and more smoking, and
Right.
it just becomes a vicious cycle they can't break out of.
Yeah. See, now I'm before you two start, I need you both muted. I've got one more question, and again, I love you dearly. Um, you now have, and I'm not trying to be cute. You now have become hated in some respects for what you've done, and I know you understand what I'm saying. And I'm vaping it on Twitter, by the way, in case you didn't know. And it stuns me that the public health New Zealand, I'm thinking, had to apologize to you, and I really, really wanted you to elaborate on that.
Yeah, so people think it's because of the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World funding that I've come under such vicious attacks and exclusion, complete exclusion from tobacco control. I'm not allowed to attend, that I don't even get invited to attend, let alone speak at anything. But it actually isn't just the foundation funding.
Right.
I began to move away. It's what I just told you. I came to the realization that the harm we were doing was driving people to smoke. So people, especially Māori and lower socioeconomic, they quit. Yes, they're trying to quit, but those stresses I mentioned are overwhelming, and they relapse as fast as they're quitting, they're relapsing. So, having vaping as an alternative when people have a lot of stress in their lives, I do not believe that we're going to have zero smoking. I don't believe that is a practical and realistic objective. But that is where tobacco control, they have this illusion. They want everyone to believe we're going to zero. In the UK now, they're also adopting this zero smoking. No, guys, let's be realistic and honest here. Okay, we have a 5% or below goal in New Zealand, and that was just picked out of a hat. Honestly, there are no stats to support that is an actual realistic goal. And I don't agree with that. I think things should be evidence-based and at least based on some kind of legitimate modeling. So we're leading everybody in the public to believe this illusion that we're heading towards 5% or below smoke-free 2025 in New Zealand. And hey, what if we were wrong? What if 10% is probably the realistic thing? If you look at how many people have a mental health disorder, how many people have drug and alcohol issues. Now, these are the groups with really high smoking rates. How many have schizophrenia? Like we're talking 75% of them smoke. Right. Well, it wouldn't be that hard to go, well, we've got this much of the population have these key drivers of smoking and are going to need the functions that nicotine provides for them and or smoking provides for them. Right. I think 10% might be more realistic. California, I think you got down to 11. I'm not sure if you got to 10. Sweden, 5% male smoking, but they have snus. Right. Norway, 1% of young women now smoke, but they have snus. So, yeah.
It's an amazing thing how brave you are. And when Aaron took a billion lives over there, that I think the other two guys are Fig and Patrick. Fig's here now. We'll touch on that. I wanted to less, but that was a life-changing moment for you and the country and your work. And it was an eye-opening thing for others that followed with you, at least. And it's sad that you're not being invited to things that you know so much more than those who think you don't do.
Yeah. So as I say, it was, I realized earlier on that continuing to tax people, continuing to bash people, continuing these bans on smoking and just continuing to expand, that exclusion
Right.
was not what we had reached a point where that's enough, and we need to do more incentive, more carrot stuff. So I was already researching the use of vouchers to help pregnant mums quit smoking, and using competitions. I designed a competition, so I was already in an innovative space.
Okay.
And I was already disagreeing with tobacco control about continuing the tax, about continuing the bans, about continuing to bash, stigmatize.
Right.
And, I guess in some ways I'm a little bit of a whistleblower, because I came out and said, we always knew that that nicotine wasn't that dangerous, and we've deliberately exaggerated the harms, and that did not go down well at all. So I've just continued, and then the foundation funding is just another excuse to hate on me. And they're really vicious. They're really out to destroy me and take me out.
It's severe libel, slander. It's a huge combination of, I'm going to say it, bullshit. It really is.
And blacklisting, they're blacklisting me. Yeah.
And but can you go to any symposiums, or do you have to invite yourself to get there?
No, I'm invited to a lot, but they tend to be, ones that are open to tobacco industry and vaping industry stakeholders being there as well. So World Health Organization, Framework Convention, Tobacco Control, they definitely, anything associated with them, they've shut the doors on.
Done.
Anyone funded by the foundation, and
so sad.
The Tobacco Control Journal won't publish any papers by people funded by the foundation. And there's several journals that are saying no. I mean, that is suppression of science. They're trying to control what the public and what can even be talked about or even published or even researched, as in India now with the ban on e-cigarettes and the ban on research. You're not even allowed to do research on e-cigarettes in India now. So they're using that suppression of science, the control of the scientific publication realm and who can speak at conferences. The Society for Research on Nicotine and Tobacco, which I was a member of for, 15 years. They now will not allow people funded by the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World to present at SR&T Europe. I think we're still allowed to present at the main SR&T in the US, but it's the other thing that's happening. Of course, it's just plain competition. It's just plain commercial competition and researchers fighting for funding.
That's right. I really didn't want to touch on funding. We all, well, I would assume all of us know. Do you, on a positive side, do you have anybody that has reached out to you and said, wait a minute, explain this to me, and actually have taken your views literally and understood them?
There's a lot of wonderful scientists who, where the focus is science and the protection of science. We need to be able to debate. We need to be able to hear the other side. But as you know, like the political environments and what's happening around, many countries, this whole polarization of left and right, and what's happening in the tobacco harm reduction space, you will find this suppression of science and loss of academic freedom in the whole climate change area and in diet and, the low carb, healthy fat versus high carb, low fat. It's happening across many, many areas of science, not just in tobacco control. And that has helped me to understand this is a much bigger, power and control thing that's going on, not we're all being affected by it. But I don't know, I hope it helps, many of you, the bot army, to understand that it is a bigger thing that's happening.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
trying to suppress knowledge.
Yeah, it's extremely huge for the vaccine and what all the other things, the climate control, all this stuff. When I stopped smoking, I actually got smarter because of these things. I keep looking at one study, then I'll see something else in my line, and I'll think, well, that doesn't sound right, and then I'll read it. I had a Twitter war with a doctor about the flu shots of all things. And my reason for that was my mother got a flu shot every year, and every year she got the flu. And I thought, well, that's awfully strange. But I mean, it's one thing of thousands of things that we're being lied to. And in your industry, you're being blackballed for telling the truth. And that makes me sad because you're a beautiful human, and I don't like that. So
well, there's there's a lot of beautiful humans out there who have shifted from smoking to vaping or to snus, and to see people turn their lives around and because smokers are excluded, and so it's just been crushing to see people go, I quit. Can I come back in now? I can be back part of the party. Where's my bouquet of flowers? And the door gets slammed in their face like, no, you're not coming back ever. And then it's taken a while for public health to gear up to what you're seeing now in the States, but full on lying to the public. We were lying before. We were exaggerating before. So it's not much of a stretch for public health in smoking to, and now, of course, with the contaminated cart deaths, the dabbing deaths, and just to see them totally exploit that to attack nicotine vaping, and you have to go, oh my gosh, how corrupt really have things got? And this is not just in smoking and vaping that this corruption is occurring. And so you guys are at the forefront of what hopefully we're not facing really bad revolutions like that have been had in the past, but things are getting pretty bad. I do also think the breakdown, the commercialization of universities is part of what we are now suffering, the impact of that. They commercialize universities, it's bums on seats, it doesn't matter what you teach people, it doesn't matter if it's true. You got lecturers in there shoving their own ideology down the throats of young people. They're not being taught to think critically, and now we're paying the price. We have people with PhDs who I'll stop there. You know what I mean, right?
Who are not as smart as me.
I'm gonna nose in there for just a second because you brought up commercialization of education universities, and one of our most famous or infamous American researchers from California, UCSF, was just month ago, maybe 2 months ago, was just in New Zealand regurgitating his lies. That I was hoping that he wasn't there to collect money from some New Zealand corporation.
So I'm going to horn in real quick.
Cool.
I'm going to horn in real quick with first and foremost, my apologies for being late. I promise it was a work-related thing. I'm going to start off with just saying, you made me cry the very first time I heard your voice and saw your face. It was in New Zealand when you introduced A Billion Lives. I was watching it on our bedroom television. Like, I want to check in on this thing that I just heard about. And within 30 seconds, Dr. Glover, you had me sitting down and I could not stop crying. I just couldn't. So I want to thank you for that introduction to you and the Maori people and the situation in New Zealand. I want to thank you for all of your hard work, your dedication, your courage. It's incredible. And so I just want to start off with just a thank you for making me cry immediately. It's very special.
He does cry a lot, though.
Well, not a lot, but I am human. I care, and I am not a bit shy. I think that we need to utilize more of our feelings, more of our care for other humans, and it's like Aaron and it a billion lives. Care about our neighbors, help our neighbors out, and so
yeah, we do.
What an honor to be in the same space as you at the same time. You're exactly right. We do have many wonderful, beautiful humans that are doing incredible work in the face of adversity, and I've tried to keep up, and I see it. Our researchers are being shunned. Our advocates are being shunned. When I was at university, Toyota came in and took over our engineering department. So if our engineering department wasn't working on something that was advanced for Toyota, forget about it. So all of these things, and when I signed on, you were talking about the feelings and thoughts and the self-loathing and the things associated with smoking and vaping. That was the most powerful thing for me. All of my friends know, but I'll share with you as well. And I do speak of this. I'm a combat veteran with severe PTSD. I could not take Zyban. I did try it. It was very dangerous for me. It was not until vaping that I transitioned. And the feeling associated is just absolutely magnificent. So again, thank you so much. I know that was a whole mouthful, but I was trying to get caught up real quick. And so thank you.
No, it's great to, get to know you, better. And I do follow, most of you, and I follow a lot of people on Twitter, and there's a lot of sad stories, and I cry a lot, and to hear that some people there's been a few suicides already in the States because of the attack, this war on, and it's not a war on vaping, it's not a war on nicotine. This is a class war. This is a war of the elites against the poor, against people who are marginalized, and that's where the bulk of smokers are. And so I'm really to see vape shops being shut down with no time to prepare, no time to save their business, their finances. What do they expect? Of course there's going to be some suicides, and just the fear that this strikes in people, to have finally given up, to have been vaping for 11, 7, 5, even 3 years, and to then have the threat of the flavors being banned. So even here, when Trump said he was going to ban the flavors, 2 days later, our Associate Minister of Health, who governs the tobacco portfolio, she said she's going to ban the flavors here and only allow, and this is her, I will only allow, she said, tobacco, mint, and menthol. She also has signaled the reduction of nicotine levels in freebase and in salts. And what that has done, we were going towards the UK model. We were, more and more and more people have been switching to vaping in New Zealand. We have a bigger drop in our sales of cigarettes this year, which indicates, yep, people, we've picking up in terms of that switching over. Just in my local suburb, there are 3 vape stores now, and this is a richer suburb. Not that many people smoke, so it's happening, and that exodus, a mass exodus. And of course, when she said that, I've now been hearing people are beginning to stock up again on the pure nicotine, so they're starting to, as Donna Darville, Australian vapor from way back, said, she called it Vaporgeddon. You've got to prepare for Vaporgeddon. And they start to stock up on the pure nicotine so they can make their own. And they're starting to stock up on the flavors and the ingredients. And we're going to have people back making their own e-liquids. So it's not in yet. You can still go to the store. You can still get all your flavored nicotine e-liquids. But it's that fear. People underestimate, and they don't understand the depth of fear that people are experiencing when they're threatened with having vaping taken away.
Well,
and how dangerous that can be when people start doing things that they don't know how to do.
Yeah.
I watched a video, actually, before I even go there, speaking to the fear, one of the things that I'm also seeing, though, is even friends that have lost their businesses, they are remaining resolute and standing up, because one of the things that, folks are starting to realize is we never had a voice. We never had a voice. And so, one of the things I spend some time talking to people about is, why are you standing there as if you're asking permission to speak for yourself and your freedoms and your liberties? You are a human, darn it. You don't need permission, especially you're in the supposed land of the free and the home of the brave. Why are you standing there in silence as though you need permission? You have a freedom that is being taken away from you that is so basic and essential to human life. Your freedom to choose less harm should be above and beyond all else. We have this in every other facet of life, be it from body, your choice of your rights for keeping or ridding of a child, to choosing whether or not to take a vaccination for the flu.
Yep.
So how is it that we have people that are standing silent for this? It's absolutely incredible. But on the flip side, as I was saying, I'm seeing people, even people that have lost their businesses, people that, they've lost their customer base because of these lies that you spoke about. This out and out, just, oh my goodness, I don't care if you vape or smoke or don't do either. If you cannot look and see what the government is doing and see that you're next, or that to see that they're just absolutely beyond compare. They're worse than the Middle Ages, thief hunts. They're worse.
Witch hunts.
Look, my friends, anybody that hears this, know this: you do not have to have permission to speak up for yourself or your neighbors or your friends or your fellow humans. Speak up. Don't be a pawn in this political regime. And yes, I did say regime. Don't be a pawn in this. Don't let them silence you. Choose your words.
Yeah.
Choose your words. Don't just go out there oh, hi, I'm a vapor. Let me tell you about vape. Don't be a moron, because especially right now, that's a dirty word. Talk about something else. Talk about fentanyl, for Christ's sakes. Talk about heroin, for Christ's sakes. And how ridiculous that might sound to my vaping friends that are former smokers, but it's absolutely incredible that I could be a heroin user and be treated with more love and respect and dignity than a vapor. Like, just go to San Francisco. You can get a free clinic. You'll get a free meal. You'll get a clean place to hang out and shoot up. But don't take your vanilla custard caramel or your strawberry delight. But don't be silent. Don't be silent. Be like Dr. Glover. Be proud.
One of the questions, Dana, who I know I follow on Twitter, says, how do we get non-vapors to understand this? And I have a follow-up of, how do consumers, or businesses for that matter, they should know how to do that, but how do consumers talk to people like you, Dr. Glover, to get you to understand without being shunned, I guess is the question.
How do consumers well, yeah. I think that the academics and researchers, and I believe there are more and more of us, with the forums, like the Global Forum on Nicotine, the Global Tobacco Nicotine Forum, the e-cig summits, there are more and more academics coming across, that on the tug of war. The consumers are the most important, telling your stories as you all are on Twitter, on your, vape forums, on Facebook, getting writing letters to the editor, write to the local paper, write to your MPs as you are doing. Maybe, writing opinion pieces and getting them in magazines or wherever. Like I wrote a small piece for the landlords. I'm not sure what it's called, Landlords New Zealand or something, a magazine for landlords. And I thought, I'm going to write a little bit about, because landlords, what do they know? There's a whole lot of people out there, and they might say in their lease, no smoking, but do they know about vaping? So I wrote a little piece for that. And it's about educating different sectors, like landlords, these other institutions that public health are going to. They're going to the council here in New Zealand. Public health people have been lobbying local councils to ban smoking on the beach and on the playgrounds and in the parks and on the public street and in the public town square. And so it got to the point I was thinking, like, where are they going to smoke then? It's like in Australia, the smoker has to go outside. You're not allowed within whatever it is, 30 feet. And you find them around the corner of the building, So go to people in different sectors who are being lobbied by public health and have a voice and have a say in there as well, Get elected onto your local council, even schools. Schools don't know, the teachers don't know, and they, my daughter came home and said they had an assembly, they hate assemblies, but that one of the deputy principals got up and gave them this lecture about how vaping was as dangerous as smoking, and she's sitting there like she knows a lot more than many of the academics were having trouble with. And she was sitting there like, oh my gosh. And he was just spouting all this rubbish. So, get on school boards, talk to your kids' school about what lies they are telling and how are they dealing with this at school. So contact researchers. People direct message me on Twitter and Facebook or email. Academics who work in universities are public servants. They work for you. Right. So if you want to know something or you want to talk to them, you just email them, you ask questions. That's the way I always saw being an academic. I was a public servant and I work for you. So start making them work for you and start talking to them, and not just politicians. The politicians care about votes. So, great hashtag. We vape, we vote, I vote, I vape, I vote. That's good to talk to politicians. But you've also got to talk to the other people, their other constituents and businesses as well. Question, why are you banning vaping? So I mean, I've been doing that for a long time here. I make a point of saying, yeah, of course you can vape in my office or in my home,
Right.
yeah.
So one of the viewers, Sherry Lai, has asked if you had a recommended reading list of, tobacco harm reduction / tobacco control / vaping stuff that she could use, because all of our Twitter bots have to be armed. So she's asking for ammunition.
Okay, so just going back to what Fig was saying, and I'm reading a book at the moment. I think is it called Enlightenment Now by Steven Pinker, which American, it's a big thick book, but it's quite good. So that's all about the Inquisition. So you mentioned witch hunts, Inquisition versus Enlightenment. It's as if we're going through this again. You talked about the Dark Ages. So, and Professor David Sweener, who travels and speaks a lot, and I talk with him all the time. He's great support, and he says, is it Inquisition or is it Enlightenment? And what we're seeing is an Inquisition. And so you need to understand about that. That book will help with that, Enlightenment Now by Steven Pinker. The other thing you sort of asked about how tobacco control. No, I think Fig, you were saying about people have a voice and they're not. Why aren't they saying things? So there's a couple of things happening in the States I don't agree with. I don't agree with T21. I think that's infantilizing adults. Young people, 16, they can start. It's different states, I realize, but here in New Zealand, 16 they're legally allowed to have sex. 17 they can get married with parent permission. They can get a driver's license. They can go fight for their country. And this T21, there's some very very manipulative things going on. Now, one of them is that young people, Fig, when you're talking about people not realizing, like you've got a voice, you can speak out about this. You don't have to be silent. Young people are not being silent. Young people really get it. They go, so you're going to ban nicotine, but you're going to legalize marijuana. So young people are getting this breach of logic that's happening. So what are you going to do in America? Oh, you're going to do T21, so let's just lock them out of the debate altogether. The other book that I think is really good, although it's really hard going, but it's worth wrapping your head around it if you can. And it's an old one, Noam Chomsky's Manufacturing Consent. Now, manufacturing consent and that whole concept was about how America manufactures the consent of the public to law changes and policies. It's very important to understand this, and I see it in Australia. Actually, an Australian friend of mine said it to me, oh yeah, they're going to ban vaping, but that's the way it is here. And you think, well, don't let it happen, like why are they just rolling over?
Follow the money.
But why are people just rolling over? And what happens is people have been, it's not lulled into this kind of submissiveness, but lots of little laws are the ones you need to start fighting, because the little laws, you go, oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, that doesn't affect me. So what if they ban smoking in cars and it's only a $50 fine? So what? Well, that $50 fine could put a lower socioeconomic single mum in jail if she can't pay her fines, and she already has a few. So it's the little laws and regulations, and those are constantly, they're constantly passing laws. And people, death by paper cut. Yeah, people are just, there's too many to fight, and people get lulled into this submissiveness that's the way it is, as my friend says. Oh, well, that's the way it is in Australia.
So look, you're touching on something that I think is very important that people need to understand. And I've done a few videos and wrote a bit about this. Follow the money. This is such a cop out. Well, that's what they do. It's such a cop out. The status quo. It's so absolutely ridiculous. But you mentioned T21 and disagreeing with it. So I have a few thoughts about that. But you also mentioned about youth and their voice. And here's what the youth, the current generation, and also we need to recognize that they're a part of Generation Z. They're not millennials. Millennials are like 38 years old now. It's crazy how people think that millennials are still 21 or 19. It's not the case. But here's why, in my estimate, that our young people are so brazen. Our young people, I'm talking people under the age of 25, they have realized and recognized that they are screwed, that these governments, these officials, these systems that are and have been in place for eons are not their friend. They're not there to support or protect or defend them. They are only there, these systems and regimes of people. The young people have recognized that they're just there to take from them and to suppress them. And so the young people have said, you know what, shove off. If the only thing I have is my voice, I may be broke and busted and be pushed in the corner, but you'll never take my voice. And I'm seeing that on a regular basis among our youth. And I absolutely love it. Sometimes it's a pain in the keister, especially when they're being, combative with me of all people, but it's absolutely wonderful that our youth are saying and realizing and seeing, and they have a different filter than we do as older people. And yes, I am an older people now, but they have a different filter. Yeah. I grew up without electricity or running water. And so one of the reasons that I cried was the people that you described. I'm from a very rural part of West Virginia. We had to, walk a few miles before we got off of the dirt road. So I very much identify with the people that you speak about and work so hard to defend and protect. But, the young people today, I think you're hitting it right on the head. They're fearless almost with their voice. And I think it's beautiful. I really, really do. But another thing I wanted to say, and I know that none of that really is a response-oriented thing, but I want to show you how California, you mentioned California and the smoking rate. The smoking rate was 11%. It was at 15% at the turn of the decade, 2010 to 2013, around about that way area. Cannabis, however, is upwards of 22% in high school. Cannabis, however, is roughly 16 to 17% at ninth grade. In middle school, cannabis in California is over 10%. Cannabis, marijuana. And it is highly illegal. You have to be 21 to legally participate in cannabis. However, all of our cases, right now, currently in California, we have 78 cases of VAPI or e-VAPI, I think, the asshat CDC is calling it now to make sure that they fit it into the e-cig category. But I want to show you the imagery that the California Department of Health, who oversees the cannabis manufacturers, how they talk to kids. All right, are we ready? Here's their website to talk to youth about the dangers of cannabis. You see that damn header?
Cannabis girl, she's so happy.
Looks
So
like a Coca-Cola ad.
Yes.
this is how they, nice, pretty orange. Oh, hey, cannabis might impact your goals by skipping classes, lower grades.
Those sound like goals.
But hey, let's talk cannabis, kids. But
It's
this
reverse
is
psychology.
right here. I mean, this is cannabis.
Mm.
But also, you mean when California decides to do like anti-vaping stuff,
Oh, you want
they show more pictures of kids vaping than I've ever seen.
Is it reverse psychology, Dr. Glover?
Well, when I was in Washington, D.C. recently for the Global Tobacco Nicotine Forum, and Mitch Zeller came and spoke, and he said, one of the things he said was, we've got posters, anti-vaping posters in every toilet, in every school throughout the nation. And I was like, oh my gosh, the reach of the message that they have put a poster educating, making children, or I don't know what age they are because you have different sort of terms for your schools, but they have made sure that every school and every toilet has a poster making people aware of vaping.
Oh.
When I had my daughter, she's now nearly turning 15, and once I had a child, I began to look at the anti-smoking campaigns on TV slightly differently. And I was like, no, I don't want her seeing those campaigns. There's no advertising of tobacco products on New Zealand TV. It's banned. It's been banned for a long time. So the only advertising that was still going on was anti-smoking advertising, which obviously, if a child doesn't even know about smoking, no smokers in our life apart from Auntie, but hardly ever. She was hardly ever exposed. It's on TV and it's on the internet and it's everywhere. And I was like, oh no, we need to move, especially in New Zealand where we only have, around about 600,000 smokers. We need to move to niche marketing, direct marketing, stop just bombarding everybody with anti-smoking stuff anymore, because now we've got children who didn't really grow up with it. They don't really know about it. Right. And it's public health that's telling them about it. And in the States, I was horrified, absolutely horrified.
I call it public wealth, by the way.
Most of I don't know why they don't realize that all of the campaigning they're doing is doing more to promote vaping, to educate, you got to raise awareness, and you got to pass the information. They're not anti-vaping campaigns. They are telling kids all about it.
Vaping awareness campaign.
This is a modern world. I mean, like, when you talk about the vast number of think tanks that these agencies, these schools, these tobacco policy research schools, how many millions of dollars? UC San Francisco has gotten several grants in the amount of $20 million, and it's incredible. They make them the same amount. So like if you hear about, UCSF got $20 million. Well, you think, that was back in 2013. Well, they got one in 2013, they got one in 2015, they got one in 2017. And then in 2017, Prop 56 money kicked in, where they actually secured a constitutional amendment in the state to receive $40 million per year, their kickback. So, it's just incredible. I want to show you on the topic of California, just while we were there, I want to show you.
Squint a little bit more.
This, huh?
I said squint a little bit more.
I told you I'm an older fella.
This was a good graphic.
So California Department of Health, all the while that we were in a flavor ban and device moratorium here in San Diego, this is the report that came out from California Department of Health. And so they have it pieced together in a PDF. And let's face it, I don't like PDFs, so I like to screenshot them and put the whole damn thing on one graphic, so we can see it all in the same spot. And I like to, correct it a little bit. So, when it comes down to it, vaping that contained THC, that was the one that they had to admit that the self-reporting. I'm curious about what you think about self-reporting, but the self-reporting was 81%. Where in the world is 81% not an epidemic, first and foremost? But the first case was on June 18th. As of yesterday, that was 121 days ago. I mean, how in the world is it that anyone, whether they vape, smoke, don't vape, don't smoke, the biggest Puritan in the world, how do they think this is okay for our public health agencies that we pay, as you pointed out, to do this? They include 38% contain CBD. Now, this is kind of a sneaky thing that people are being real quiet about, because there's a lot of CBD salesmen in the vapor space. But CBD, this is going to be the next thing, because the lack of, and I can share this with you offline. I tweeted it too. But here's what I'm getting at. Their willful ignorance or willful, ability to not acknowledge the real problem just exacerbates, and it is profoundly promulgating the real problem, which is killing people. I mean, when we're talking about from MCT oil to vitamin E acetate to, I've seen all sorts of oils. I've seen, hippie aromatic, with this oil, this oil, this oil, this oil. I literally saw a CBD oil that is being marketed around the world that had 3 to 4 types of oils. Oil, anybody that's listening, oil is not water soluble.
No.
So, how many people, how in the world, you're in public health, how in the world are they going to put this genie back in the bottle, or are they even going to be able to? Are there any studies, any kind of estimates as to how far this can go? Are we talking thousands of deaths, or possibly tens of thousands of deaths? Because this is growing very quickly.
I think that one of the things about the States is obviously the litigious, culture, highly litigious, and they're having to be very careful in case, people don't want to lose their jobs. So they're leaning towards being that whole precautionary principle and making sure that they don't, end up being charged and legally raked over the coals. But there needs to be, obviously the truth needs to get out there. Unfortunately, I think there are going to be more deaths because people are being misled to think that it's nicotine vaping. It's all vaping, all vaping. There was a very good tweet the other day. I mean, I found it very challenging coming there. Cannabis is illegal in New Zealand, so it's it's really eye-opening to come to, you know, California or New York or Washington. And, you know, to me, it's like, whoa, everyone's smoking cannabis. And obviously it's not everyone, but, you know, for people to be smoking cannabis in the open, you know, in that park, that famous park outside NYU there, you know, gosh, you can't walk through. It's just a haze. And it's not even legal yet, recreational use. So I might have a very distorted picture of what I see being a visitor, but it looks like, you know, if it's legal for medicinal use, that means everyone, that's everything. You know, recreational use, everyone, it seems anyone can get a prescription, and people are smoking cannabis. I'm still going, oh, but they're still smoking cannabis. And I find out how much it costs for the medicinal, and, you know, no wonder people are buying it on the black market. So the other thing that was kind of interesting for me to learn was that so many people support the legalization of marijuana. And here we're having this debate now. We have a referendum on it next year, and the polls that are taken every now and then kind of have it like 50-50. I once tweeted something, and it must have been taken as a fairly anti-cannabis comment, and boy, did I get, you know, wrath fall down upon me. And I'm kind of gathering, like, you can't say anything anti-cannabis, anti-marijuana in America. And it's a little bit like that here as well. That is stifling open discussion about this problem. What's going to be done? You can't even talk about, oops, there is a negative thing here. But this other tweet I saw the other day was quite good, and it was, it's not THC vaping or dabbing. It's the contaminants. It's contaminated carts. It's fraudulent operators. And I thought, oh yeah, that's good too, because the only words that are being used are, it's vaping, all vaping. So that's the whole ban the teaspoon thing. We'll just ban the device altogether. Or it's or people are saying it's THC vaping. And again, no, it's not all THC vaping. It's the black market fraudulent operators cutting their liquids with other stuff to make it go further. It's contaminated carts. So I can see it's a real problem and we're back to, again, if we can't talk, if we can't openly and respectfully debate when we have different opinions, which, you know, that people won't talk to me, I'm locked out, you know, and that's in the vaping space and harm reduction and tobacco control.
So I'm going to play something for you.
Yeah.
Something for you. Yeah, I think my audio should work. Let's see here.
Well, I work in healthcare, so I couldn't use it even if it was legal. So I'm not going to advocate for it. I'll be stingy. Oh, Fig, you lost your audio.
Look at him.
Okay, do you have my audio?
No.
Yep.
Okay, so right here, and I'm going to turn this up a little bit. All right, so now this is in California. It's only, it's a short one. Oh, why is it not doing that? All right, wait.
Suggest they're linked to black market products, and we've had a lot of discussion about that today. Have there been any cases of lung illness or death, for that matter, who have used legal cannabis products exclusively?
I can only speak to the data that we have for California. Of the 78 cases who were interviewed in California, there was only one case who self-reported exclusively purchasing from licensed retailers. And it's important to note that when we do these epidemiology interviews for any outbreak, we're asking patients to use their best recollection and self-report to the interviewer. And so we look at every aspect of that, and that's still being investigated.
But that was only one case that self-reported
That's
exclusively legal retailers. Everyone else we could assume, based on their self-report, non-legal products, or at least some non-legal products.
That's correct. The rest who self-reported, even the ones who may have mentioned a brick and mortar location, those were not able to be found or not able to be verified as licensed.
And how many of them report exclusively using nicotine vaping products and no THC or marijuana products?
Only 10% of the 78 who were interviewed.
Okay.
So number one, my friends, it is in the legal, regulated by the state of California, California Department of Health and Cannabis Bureau. It is in legal licensed dispensaries, first and foremost. Now, there's a few other things that are going on there. Number one, look at how slowly this doctor, her name is Charity Dean. She holds a director position in public health. Notice how slowly and methodically she's speaking. She is being very careful because we are a litigious nation. And, you know, one of the things that people need to understand is all of these agencies and these lawmakers, they're walking a very fine line. Once they step over into intent, they can be charged personally. They lose government immunity. Mm-hmm. Now, self-reporting, there is a reason, and yes, this is my opinion, there's a reason why they are just doing self-reporting, because it's plausible deniability, first and foremost. But notice that, like, she says only 10% report only nicotine. Now, I'm not going to go back to the chart, but that 10% is actually the 0 to 18-year-old category that was hospitalized admitted to hospital. Many of them were in the ICU. This is people under the age of 18. Now, cannabis use is legal in California for 21 years and older. If you are under 21, there are harsh penalties. If you're 18 to 21, that's staying on your permanent record forever. If you're under 18, at a minimum, you are getting put into what's called the READY program, which is a 2 to 6 month drug rehabilitation program. Guess what does not? Anybody that doesn't know, I'm going to tell you right now. Guess what has 0 penalty? Nicotine. If you will lie to a cop about going 5 miles per hour over the speed limit, if you are a student and you'll lie about your homework, I guarantee you, if you're asked to self-report, whether you're doing illegal drugs or nicotine, there's your 10%. But again, 81 cases of this very dangerous oil that is in these tainted cartridges that's causing lipoid pneumonia and death.
Yeah, well, they should be drug testing. They should be doing the urine tests. And I've been reading, you know, the argument about why isn't that happening and why it's not being done. But, you know, we have mortality review committees here. So there's a child and youth mortality review committee, a suicide review committee. And they have wide-reaching powers. If a child dies, and they can investigate, they can interview people in that child's life, teachers, anybody, to try and figure out, how did this happen? How can we stop it? Why are these investigations not that deep and not occurring, including urine testing, and drug testing? It should have happened a long time ago. many of these deaths would have been preventable. The healthcare services need to know what to be looking for. Parents need to know what they should be looking for. This focus and distraction on looking at nicotine vaping is,
Yes.
you know, although I think that some of the nicotine pods are also being laced or have been laced and therefore have been implicated. So does a young person actually know that the pod they were given, oh, try this, you know, was just nicotine or not? So there needs to be a lot more preventative education. You're not going to be able to put the genie back in the bottle. People are going to be buying stuff, buying flavors, buying the straight nicotine and making their own at home. That's what's starting to happen here again. That's what they're having to do in Australia. You're much safer with good regulations, good monitoring of those, of manufacturers and stores. You will still get some fraudulent operators who are licensed, but, you know, maybe
Minimum.
every now and then sell a cart. But you need regulation and good monitoring to try and keep everybody honest, try and minimize that black market side of it, and good education.
I actually got the Surgeon General to defend the position that they shouldn't be doing urinalysis and blood work looking for drugs in a tweet.
Yes, he did.
Which kind of baffled me. I work in healthcare. I understand that people tend to lie, and sometimes you have to investigate to make sure that you are able to treat them properly. And he actually admitted, he said in the tweet, he defended not drug testing because it would make people more fearful of their doctors and their healthcare providers.
Well, what's comedic irony is what makes me more fearful is their fear mongering and their lies. Like the running joke among some of us is like the anti-vaxxer group is going to grow exponentially as well, because we're just not going to trust our public health or our doctors. I mean, this is why the anti-vaxxer movement is so large.
And the same thing in diet, you know, like obesity is just continuing to rise, and we've got, you know, the health authorities have been pushing a low-fat, high-carb diet for 3 decades, and you know, and then they come out, the World Health Organization comes out and say, no, you can't eat bacon. It's like, oh no, now those are fighting words. You can't, don't you attack my bacon, right? But you can't eat meat. You know, 1 minute you can't eat eggs, now you can. You can't eat cheese, now you can. And it is a very real risk that they are damaging the credibility of the medical profession and of public health. People are going to stop listening.
I'm actually old enough to remember that eggs are good, eggs are bad, eggs are good, eggs are bad. Yeah. And
when you talked about how do we get people who aren't active, who aren't speaking up, and the people who don't vape, how do we get them to understand they need to help? They need to be joining in on this because they're next. They are next. Look at what's happening in the UK around food, banning, wanting to ban eating on the train, making industry take cane sugar out. Now there's all of these other alternative for no sugar. Yep. Look at the date content. Dates have really high sugar content, and so people are just putting something else in there. And alcohol, the Framework Convention, Tobacco Control, De Silva, who heads up the Framework Convention Alliance, said at the conference of the parties, the last conference of the parties, she said, we want the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. This year we're going to start looking beyond tobacco. Okay, they want to extend what they're doing to alcohol and obesity. obesity isn't a behavior, excuse me.
All right.
So
How far
everyone
can
should
it
be
go?
worried.
How far can it go?
It's going to go. I said to Riccardo Pelosa, what will Italy do when they say, no, you've got to ban alcohol. You've got to, you have to reduce alcohol consumption. He says, oh, we just won't listen to them. Yeah. But that's not how it works. At first they say that. At first. But
just
then,
a little at a time.
Pick, one little change. And in Auckland here, our biggest city in New Zealand, the Auckland Transport Agency is going for 0 alcohol limit when driving. 0. Our restaurants are already, we go out and try and get a meal at 8:30 at night. It's hopeless. So the whole culture is being changed, and the restaurant business, hospitality is, it's pretty hard to stay alive in that sector.
So I have to say 2 things real quick. Number one, before you get too far away from diabetes. Diabetes, I looked it up thanks to Google. Global market, and this number broke my brain. $78,261 million a year. So I think that's 7.8 billion. So they want us to have sugar. They want us to overeat, first and foremost. But I wanted to show you this right here. And I'm going to scroll down to a quote. This was the first thing that came to my mind. You may have heard of this report. Sugar industry suppressed evidence of health risk of sucrose. This was right after Stanton Glance's meta studies, his meta-analysis, where he cherry-picked all kinds of stuff to get Prop 56 in to get them $40 million. But ultimately, and I'll share this in the chat, but I wanted to share with you the ridiculousness of his quote. This case is one more illustration that, like the tobacco industry, the sugar industry has a long history of suppressing scientific results, and I'm trying not to laugh too hard, that do not support its economic interests, said senior author Stanton Glantz, PhD in auto repair, UCF SF professor of medicine. So
that's Dr. Stephen Puff.
Yeah. So is that not just rich, to say the least, that this guy, the kingpin, the golden goose of tobacco control and policy research, has the gall to say this about anybody, for starters?
Yeah. So that what you see there is public health taking all of the strategies we used in tobacco control. This is in the literature. They're actually writing this in their journal articles and saying we need to take that as a model. It was successful to reduce smoking, and we need to now apply that to reduce obesity. And I go again, hang on, obesity is not the same as a cigarette. And also they want to apply that to tobacco, to alcohol. So this is without the evidence. We had the US Surgeon General 1964 report saying smoking kills, and the evidence is not there in the same mountain of evidence and robustness as for these other issues. They're just going, oh, this worked here, let's apply it over here. And that is not an evidence-based approach. It's also what you see is, when we talk about the sunset industry, what will the tobacco companies do? Well, we know what they're doing. We can see it. They are diversifying into vaping products, into snus, into smokeless products, and they're putting a lot of money into R&D of nicotine, recreational nicotine products. So what will tobacco control do? Well, you're starting to see it. They're moving the same strategies, all of their expertise and what they know how to do, to start attacking particular food items and of course alcohol. And I have also been putting my hand up and saying, because in New Zealand they did this letter, something like 70 professors or something want a sugar tax, and I went, no, You know, the evidence is not there this in the same way, but it's not about evidence anymore. It's about propaganda. And this is where Noam Chomsky's book, Manufacturing Consent, is about propaganda and the use of the media to create a discourse and lead the public to think something's true. That's all you need to do anymore.
Sure. And this goes back to the corporatization of our universities, of our research facilities. You know, when you talk about, like, you know, our bodies do need some sugars, like hopefully they're natural, unrefined sugars. But, you know, when we attack these things, you know, certainly what follows is an amalgamation that is created in a lab, like from DuPont Chemicals or Monsanto, who is sponsoring half of our university departments, and they have the legal teams and whatnot that define the purpose, the reason. They write the laws, the ballot measures, the whole 9 yards. It's just absolutely incredible. And, you know, to quote A Billion Lives, you know, not verbatim, but, like, you know, they introduce themselves as, you know, our water, our food, our lives, you know, they're in all of this, you know. And you mentioned, you know, 1964, the Surgeon General's report. Vita News, if you're not following Vita News on Twitter, it's a small but very informative Twitter feed. I will share what they shared just, I think it was yesterday. I pulled it up. But this is out of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration just last year. Our comprehensive tobacco plan to combat the ill effects of smoking was founded on a central animating principle that what primarily causes death and disease from tobacco use isn't the nicotine in these products. They know this. It's the act of lighting tobacco on fire to free that drug for inhalation. And
wait, they know this?
That was Dr. Scott Duschlieb, MD.
No, smoking safe.
I'm so sorry, Dr. Glover. I
do get a little sarcastic on here.
On my very best behavior.
We've been on our very best behavior.
So close.
So close. I'm red-faced. My apologies. This is a weekend drinking show, and we try to.
I haven't.
Shh, don't tell her.
Oh, you didn't tell me to. You know, where's my G&T?
I have a refrigerator beside my foot.
Yeah.
I haven't.
You
even
let the
opened.
cat out of the public health bag, Fig.
So-
what are you doing?
Right.
So what we try to, I mean, look, we're normal fellas, you know. We have, you know, things during the week, and, like, you know, we try to have some fun on a Friday night, have a few drinks. We're all married dudes, like, so we're just here at home and, you know, have a few drinks, have some fun with friends, but have some information to share in very real ways. We don't profess to be anything other than knuckleheads, you know.
At least Fig and I.
Yeah,
Kevin's pretty smart.
More professional than us. He's teaching us a few things. You know, he's our elder. He's 73.
All those years of smoking, I look this good.
But, you know, I mean, like, you know, I tell you,
Very
you know,
well preserved.
in all seriousness, like, you know, like, hearkening back to what you were saying about the Surgeon General's report. Like, I'm old enough that C. Coupe Everett was the first Surgeon General that, like, I mean, I idolized him. Like,
That's when you have the beard.
I idolized the man. You know, if he spoke, it was like very, very serious. And now we have, you know, what, I don't know what the hell we have now. He tweets like 10 times a day on his personal one, but he swears that, oh, but I'm just a dad, and occasionally I tell a dad joke. And like, if we go back even to the 50-year, you know, anniversary of that 1964 decision, In that, they talk about nicotine does not cause cancer. They talk about like, hey, you know, you can be chewing the gum and snorting the patch. I'm kidding about snorting the patch, but like nicotine is relatively harmless.
Yeah.
But how in the hell in the past 5 years or whatever it is, I dot my I and cross my T, but like in such short span of time, how did we get to like, oh my God, our kids are going to grow extra limbs out of their eyeballs and they're going to grow a tail. So how did we get there so quick?
We have the numbers to prove that there's been some sort of indoctrination, because in 2015, they did a survey in America. 70% of the people responded on that survey that they knew that vaping was safer than smoking. They repeated it last year, the same survey, same questions. 70% of the people that responded on that survey said vaping was worse than smoking.
Yeah, so this is the propaganda that we're up against. If I can just, when I started in the work, and this is a key kind of thing in terms of what you're asking about, Fig, our focus, Murray's focus, it was reducing morbidity and mortality, smoking-related illness and death. That was the focus. And something that I've seen happen so let's say it's been 3 generations of people. So in 2000, people I was training then in smoking cessation, and then I did a training probably about 5 years ago. And one of the young women at the training, she said, "Oh, you trained my mum." So, but we're not taking into account. There have been, I've seen 3 generations of tobacco control smoking cessation people. And we have quite a high turnover. I don't know if you do as well in the healthcare system. You see quite a high turnover and churn of people coming in and going out. And I'm the elephant with the institutional memory of tobacco control. So new people coming who came in for example, my own example, I was taught that 50 milligrams of nicotine would kill an elephant. I don't know who taught me that, but that's what I learned somewhere along the line.
Gospel.
I didn't question it. And of course, now we know from Bernard Meyer's work that that is a load of rubbish, and that some pharmacist in the late 18th century experimented on himself to try and find the point at which nicotine is toxic and fatal. Of course, he didn't kill himself, so he just guessed. He felt a little bit sick, at whatever milligrams, but he basically wrote, "Oh yeah, I think it's 50 milligrams is the fatal dose, and that's how much." And so when I first started I was teaching people in the mid-1990s about smoking, nicotine, smoking cessation. I was teaching that 50 milligrams would kill an elephant. We demonized nicotine deliberately. We deliberately demonized it. We had, the whole nicotine monster and all of that sort of thing. It was a strategy to put people off smoking. And now we're paying the price. And we paid the price in the mid-2000s when the government here subsidized nicotine patches and gum. And we couldn't get people to use them because we'd already told them how toxic it was, but it wasn't actually true what we told them.
Exactly. And here's the thing, like I'm gonna play a really it's very short video, and then I'm gonna tell a little bit of my story real quick. So I try to play this actually as frequently as possible, especially like when we see new friends in the room.
Manufacturers may add ammonia compounds, which change how easily nicotine can be absorbed into the body. Manufacturers also may add sugars to mask harshness. These natural and added sugars can lead to the formation of acid aldehyde, a cancer-causing chemical that can make nicotine even more addictive. When you smoke, you absorb these dangerous chemicals through your mouth and lungs. But there's one more way to add even more toxic chemicals to a cigarette. Light it.
Don't start with me, Fig.
All right, so like, I transitioned by mistake. You know, my father-in-law had passed. We were in Chicago, and I respected him very highly to this day. Like I respect him tremendously. And I, at that time, was one of two smokers, and it's a huge family. One of two smokers, the entire family, right? I'm like, I heard about this e-cig, this blue e-cig. I'm going to go buy that, and I'm going to do my best to not smell like an ashtray. I'm going to respect my father-in-law. Man, oh man, next thing you know, I'm like not smoking. It's like, it was wild. As soon as we got back to California, you know, the product was not to my full satisfaction, but it was just enough. I went to a vape shop. I spent $500 US that first trip, bought every flavor, everything I could, and it was a very high nicotine, you know, but it was a high VG, so it was smooth. I was a heavy smoker, you see. So I was at a 24 milligram. And that first evening that I had this flavor that I enjoyed, but my throat was happy. But I had the shakes, like I was getting too much nicotine. I say to my wife, I'm in my easy, you know, my lazy boy, my easy chair. And I looked at my wife and I'm like, honey, I'm craving cigarettes. And she says to me, well, of course, you just quit smoking. Well, this was the immediate aha that I had. It wasn't the nicotine. It was all the other chemicals. All of my life, what you just said, Dr. Glover, is, you know, we were taught that nicotine was the demon. It was the devil. It was the harsh thing. It was the bad thing. But I had grown up with that. And I, at that very moment, thought about all of the tobacco people. I mean, I had seen the congressional hearings and everything, them saying initially that nicotine's not addictive. You know, I think that they were telling the truth. I personally don't think nicotine is addictive. I still crave cigarettes. I think it's the ammonias, and all the other chemicals that my body for 25 years had incorporated into my DNA. That, and when I say incorporated into my DNA, what my personal belief is, and like I'm just a normal dude. I don't have a chemistry or science degree, but like I think that my DNA said, hey, you introduced this into my system. And I had this for 25 years. I believe that, and this is how I think addiction works. I think your body, the DNA changes and your body thinks it needs it to survive. That's how I think about addiction. Ammonia compounds to enhance nicotine intake and like make it that catalyst. That's how I think of it. Like I haven't studied it, you know, just to be brutally forthcoming, but like I was getting 24 milligrams of nicotine. I was shaking from the nicotine those first 2 weeks, but I was still craving cigarettes. I think,
don't forget the MAOIs.
I have a simple question.
Yeah.
Dr. Glover, how long have you been in public health? 30?
Yep.
30 years?
30 years. Yeah.
Have you, I agree with Fig, it's not addictive, but let me ask you this way. Have you in 30 years ever encountered anyone that came to you and said that they were addicted to nicotine outside of tobacco as a delivery?
Yep.
You have? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
What were they addicted to?
Jewel.
Nicotine gum.
The gum, okay.
The gum, yeah.
Okay.
So let's put it this way. Addiction is a cultural construct, okay? So again, it's another American theory. There are European, basically, you know, one of the things I'm kind of trying to open up debate around or awareness around is that most of the theories are Western, UK, Europe, and US. Okay, so most of the research driving tobacco control is Eurocentric. And for example, Indigenous views are different. You've, for example, we have a holistic perspective. So it's very reductionist to look just at the fact that somebody smokes. And you have referred to it, Fig, when you talked about how many people are now smoking cannabis in California and in the schools. So an Indigenous perspective, or certainly from a Māori perspective, and I know there are other Indigenous people who have a similar view, we wouldn't look at just the smoking, we would look at why. And we would look at all of the factors in that person's life, mental, environmental, the social environment, the psychological, you know, their emotions, and all of that, and the spiritual aspects as well. All of those triggers and tensions in each of those realms together motivates behavior. And one of the things we're seeing, we also talked about obesity a little bit. So there's one paper that suggests that the epidemic, the obesity epidemic, or syndemic as we call it in the States, the reduction in smoking has contributed 14% to that. So, okay, we've got smoking, particularly smoking cigarettes with nicotine, and it does do what people say. It does speed the metabolism. It does help people control weight and replace eating with smoking, and or keep their weight down. So on average, people who smoke are 5 kilos lighter than they would be if they hadn't smoked. Okay, so even just a 5 kilo gain can push someone into from normal weight to overweight, or overweight to obese 1, obese 2, obese 3, etc. And if you've known a lot of people who have quit smoking, it can range. Some people can lose weight and others can put on like 20 kilos or 30. So tobacco control, public health, from that Eurocentric perspective, it does this compartmentalization, and each department only looks at their thing. So tobacco control only cares about tobacco. They don't even do anything about cannabis. Excuse me, it's the smoke that kills. It doesn't matter what you smoke, it's the smoke. It's inhaling that smoke that kills. Oh no, we only deal with tobacco. The obesity people only deal with obesity. The gambling people only deal with gambling. The suicide people only deal with suicide. And the Indigenous people are going like, they don't know what they're doing, you know? Like,
well, I think, honestly, I think that that's a bureaucratic thing. I think that the folks that set things up know that, like, hey, we need to divide these. You know, we're going to show that we're working on this. And you were talking about, you know, I'm looking for my note here. You were talking about, you know, funding and you know, what if we make a mistake? Well, you know, we'll go back and revisit that. You know,
we'll just ask for more money.
So this is like, okay, I fixed you. Now you're going to go over to that office.
So I'm of the school of thought that there are certain behaviors that are addictive, that have nothing to do with chemistry, just have to do with the ritual of the gesture, holding the cigarette in your hand and going like this. You know, you do this
exactly what
a couple million times, your body just wants to do it anyway.
When Dr. Glover mentioned spiritual, like what hit my mind was ritual. And I know our friend Cherry is in the chat, and we've talked about, we've done the ritual math on this show before, where we talk to people about take your average cigarettes per day, you know, and then, you know, your average cigarette has 10 to 15 puffs. And like for me, you know, it was 30 cigarettes times 15. That's 450 times per day. I went like this. I was a 7-second inhale. 450 times a day times 365, 164,000 times per year times 25 years, 4,106,000 times at max, because sometimes, let's face it, like I would drag a little extra hard and I might only get 7 puffs, but 4 million times in my smoking career, this spiritual ritual.
Well, I'm Irish, so this gesture is important to me.
There's lots of theories of addiction. So, we've got the disease model, we've got Pavlov's dog thing you're talking about, where, you press a bar, you get a shot, you get that, so that many puffs a day, that's highly reinforcing. And then you've got the whole rat park, I assume you know about rat park, and that's more about, hey, it's the environment. You take the vets out of where they were using heroin, you put them in a different environment, and hey, how come they're not still addicted and continue to do that? Yep. So what we need to be careful about, and I have some data I need to write up about, it's from the Vapors survey that my Penny and Trish and I did, and we asked, do you think that you're addicted to vaping? And some say, yeah, I'm more. Some say, no, totally not. It's less addictive than smoking. And some say it's the same. And, and that's probably true for each of them for various reasons. So I've got to write that up. But all of the scientific debate going on about addiction at the moment is like a fast-moving train. And in order to write the introduction of the paper and the discussion and be up to date to get, even have a chance of getting the paper accepted, I've got to kind of run alongside the train and jump on at that particular moment, get totally up to date with the debate and where we're at in that point in time on what is addiction, and get the paper written and get it submitted. And that's quite hard to carve out, a dedicated amount of time to do that. So we're moving very quickly in the science space. These debates are continuing on, lots of different theories. A book I can suggest and recommend for people who want books to read is a book by
Cherry. Read this and then come back on the show.
We actually need the Cliff Notes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So by Robert West in the UK, and I think it's called Theory of Addiction or Theory of Motivation. I've got it over there, but Robert West's book on addiction, Theory of Addiction.
We'll wait if it's right there, so you can get it. You can give him a plug.
Okay, hang on, I'll go get it.
Yeah, Kevin.
Well, I didn't mean to make her work.
So while she's gone.
Drink, hurry.
I'm kidding. No, I can't believe I said douche sleeve in front of Dr. Glover. Oh my!
I can't believe Dr. Glover joined us.
Oh. Well, no, we have you, and you're like Twitter famous. So
yeah, shut up.
Yeah, she only came on because of the general of the Twitter bot army was going to be here.
So. In fact, clean it up, Kevin. No more F-bombs.
Clean it up.
Yeah, no, I probably lent it to somebody.
That's all right.
And it's probably faster to just look it up on Google, right?
Well, while you're looking
Theory
at
of Addiction.
Theory of Addiction.
Theory of Addiction.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one of the things I wanted to come back to, because it's actually very close and dear to me. As I mentioned earlier, I am a combat vet with PTSD. I do have some mental illness issues that I deal with. I do counseling. I've come a long way. I'm very happy and proud to say. But I in my work groups, like some of my brothers and sisters, they struggle. I struggle at times too, but I know that there are a lot of benefits that have been studied for schizophrenia and other mental illnesses and issues. And I gotta tell you, like, one of the things that makes me, I'm gonna be negative on vapors for a second. One of the things that makes me really, really upset is that there are, and maybe it's an American thing. I mean, we're kind of pricks here in America, let's face it. Part of my language, but okay, I quit smoking, so hey. And so the mindset, one of my heroes is Theodore Geisel, Dr. Seuss. Like, he wrote about Sneetches. It's a beautiful story that, like, oh, I got mine, shove off with yours. It really makes me sad to think, like, in this battle for flavors, this battle to save cigarettes, this battle to save cancer, this battle to save pharmaceutical drugs, that those of us with mental health issues, especially the ones that are severe, there's a lot of folks in the world that started smoking because nicotine gave them appeasement and calm in their brain. And thank goodness that vaping came along. Aaron, in A Billion Lives, they shared a couple of years back in one of the posts that they shared a letter from a lady who's schizophrenic, and she wrote a letter to the FDA saying, like, I'm terrified that you're going to take this away. I only started smoking because it calmed my brain. And then I started vaping and I feel better. So, I'm not sure if I have a question as much as a thank you for considering the gestalt of it all, that it's not any single thing. It's not just smoking.
No. That
loses. There's a lot of collateral damage that comes from this. There's a lot of collateral damage, and it's terrifying, the dark ages that we're upon if they win their war against nicotine, which isn't a war against nicotine. Like, how much research, how much human capital is lost, how much advancement, how it goes so much further than smokers, and I will not apologize to anybody for this opinion. It goes so much further than smokers. And I anybody that hears this, I hope that you consider beyond your own, hey, I vape cherry pie, and I don't smoke anymore. There's still millions upon millions. I don't know what the global number is, but it's got to be at least 100 million smokers out there. You've got people in India that don't even have the option. They stopped researching it even. India is treating cigarettes and, like the king, and vaping like we do in America. Like, those of you that are hearing my voice right now that are cannabis lovers and that are mad because the federal government in America won't research or acknowledge cannabis, guess what? That's what just happened in India.
Yep.
And so, like, how much humanity is lost and just shoved aside, and how much research and care and compassion. And so, yeah, I'm the long-winded one of this trio. But I just want, like, I'm really glad to hear, and I'm not surprised at all. I've read a lot of your pieces and heard you speak several times. I know that you're well-rounded and very compassionate and caring. So I'm not surprised, but I'm glad that you're talking about it here tonight.
Yes.
So
thank you. I mean, I think one of the other things that would be good insight for everyone trying to understand why public health are doing, well, not everyone in public health, but the anti-vaping, anti-harm reduction part of public health, why they're doing what they're doing. It's actually, there's no public health ethics. There is no ethics. It's a new discipline, and at last, there are more and more people sort of looking at the ethics of public health interventions. And I was at a World Public Health Congress and went to the panel on public health ethics, which was very undersubscribed. And one of the people there said, you know, if their mass media campaign, say to reduce obesity, hurts even one person, it's not ethical. So, you know, there's a lot more awareness and resistance in that sector to campaigns that want to shame people for their size, and particularly because, you know, of bulimia and anorexia. There are real consequences for making young people particularly feel self-conscious and ashamed and guilty about how they look and how, you know, and their size. So there are a lot more people in that sector fighting that kind of behavior and attitude in public health. But in tobacco control, if you're compassionate and if you actually put the smoker at the center and consider especially the most marginalized, those with mental health issues, those living in the rural areas and the poor, if you think about them first. Now, how is this policy? And this is what I do. I think about our young Māori mums, 18 to 24, who don't live in the city and who, you know, can barely scratch together a healthy diet for the whole week till the benefit comes for their family and their children. Now, how is she going to be affected when they take tobacco out of the local corner store? And where is she going to have to go to get tobacco? And I don't want her having to go to the tinny house run by the gangs, okay? Because that's a whole nother problem she's going to be at risk for. Even in the city, people who don't have a car, and it's those young mums and the people with mental health illnesses, they're the ones who we should think about first and go, okay, when you ban, and actually there are vaping advocates in New Zealand who are agreeing with vaping products being taken out of the corner store. And my sister, who I've talked about many times before, and after GFN 2015, I got her onto vaping for 6 months until people gave her a hard time. Oh, why don't you smoke the pure thing? Oh, that looks dumb, you know, and she relapsed to smoking. She still smokes today. She's moved out further into the rural area, and the nearest supermarket would be an hour's drive. So if cigarettes were taken out of the dairy, or if she vaped and you couldn't buy vaping products either from, dairy's corner store petrol station, she would have to stock up. And if people are poor, they can't do that. They can't buy in bulk at a supermarket an hour's drive away. And, you know, so people will try to grow their own tobacco, and they are in New Zealand trying to grow their own tobacco. It's a lot of work. So vaping will be locked out. She'll be locked out of vaping if they do that. And we have some vaping advocates agreeing, take the vaping products out of the corner store and the
we have people here doing the same thing. And I live in a town it's a fairly decent sized town, but we don't have that many shops. And then the shops that are here don't sell 12 milligram e-liquid. So the only options that I have, because that's what I vape, I've been vaping 10 years. I have no intention of going any further, is to order online. So for those, there's no way, I mean, the whole idea is to get smokers to come in to stores and buy a product that won't kill them. But there are people here that are voluntarily saying, let's pull this product out of the most convenient place for them to be introduced to this product, where they buy cigarettes. It's on the shelf right beside the cigarette. That is the number one place to get their attention. And we have people here that are usually in the business, that have vape shops or that are selling their products in vape shops, who are very much willing to say, well, let's just pull those products out of the C-store and only have them in vape shops. Well, there are rural people that don't have a vape shop.
That's right.
There are people that are afraid to go into vape shops and won't be introduced because of here in America, you walk into a vape shop, there's people blowing huge clouds. Even to this day, they're kind of murky looking. And they're, a 60-year-old woman that's been smoking for 40 plus years. That's kind of a frightening thing. So I want them to have as many options as possible to have these products introduced to them.
They're
popular.
Look, here's reality. As we said earlier, let's just care for our neighbors. One of the things that was extremely impactful, I cried again. I sat with my son in Milwaukee at A Billion Lives. And when Aaron said, our neighbors are drowning, that's what we have. We have people drowning, and it's not just smokers or vapors. It's people, and it's the system, and like I'm going to quote a meme here I don't want to quote a meme, but I'm going to quote a meme. There was a meme that popped up a couple of months back, and I saw it shared again by my good friend Russ Smelzer. And it's a man holding a sign, and it said, the system is not broken, it was built that way. And we don't want to admit that that's correct, but that is how it is. It's like Dr. Glover mentioned, like here in America, when you have this Eurocentric public health system, or this system, I should say, where they compartmentalize, diabetes over here. They don't know what the Glaucoma Institute's doing. They don't know what this is, it was built this way. And the cancer center is down the block. They don't have the cancer patients with the semi-well patients, because they don't want the people that's coming in with bronchitis to see the cancer patients. I don't have a tinfoil hat, but I'm pretty sure that's how it is. Like, let's keep the cancer kids away from the semi-healthy kids. But, one of the things I wanted to share with you, Dr. Glover, is I was also in Washington, D.C. recently for a conference. Unfortunately, it wasn't the same conference that you were at. I think that you probably got to see my good friend, Miss Julie Wessner. Hopefully, one of my favorite humans in the world. But Dr. Michael Siegel spoke at a conference that I was at, last month. And what he did was he addressed to this group of vapor stakeholders that had questions about the THC issue and the VAPI. Now we have e-VAPI now, but he just came out and said, like, look, here's my studies. These are my numbers. I grew up in CDC control. That's who taught me what epidemics are. And here's my results. And then and in the middle of his talk, he says, what we have is actually public health misconduct. And I nearly fell off my chair because I've been searching for the almost 7 years that I've been dealing with, varying levels of oppression, for want of a better way of saying it. But I never put those three words together. And here I have someone who I also, like you, respect greatly. And he says, folks, what we have is public health misconduct. Even the CDC is not following its own protocols. And, I'm, as I said earlier, I'm not shy at all. I'm going to keep talking. And I think that we have to keep talking. We have to keep sharing information. I think we also have to keep, sharing with others that, like, if they're lying about me, they might be lying about you. Matter of fact, they're probably lying about you. How egregious that something so amazing that naturally takes more than 40% of the smokers. It's a natural transition. Canada, they took an approach like, I started business in 2013. And in 2013, Canada came out with a study because they wanted to take the slow approach. We're going to see what the efficacy is of this vaping thing against cigarettes. 43% natural transition away from smoking onto vaping. They wanted to see how bad it was, how much money they were losing or whatever before they made regulations. And I think they wanted to wait and see what the American government was going to do, what the FDA, the rulers of the world, were going to do. So they did this study to appease the people. But a 43% natural without counseling transition is incredible. And one of the ways I relate this to people, I'm like, okay, if your employer cut your salary by 43%, how are you going to take that?
It's pretty amazing. The like especially what's happening in Japan with the everyone thinks that vaping is banned there. It's actually not. What's banned is the nicotine e-liquid, and that's because of an old law about that had to do with nicotine. But there's still a vaping movement there, and cloud blowing. And I've met this guy who won awards for his flavors in Japan. But anyway, so IQOS, when that was released there, the heated tobacco product, and then British American Tobacco quickly came out with their one, and then Japan Tobacco came out with a hybrid device. So people pull the nicotine e-liquid through a plug of tobacco. I thought it was very clever. Yeah, it's a hybrid device. So it's actually got e-liquid in it, nicotine e-liquid, which is illegal if it was on its own. But because there's a plug of tobacco, and anyway, very clever. So there's now those 3 heated tobacco products, and the smoking rate, the sales of tobacco cigarettes, it's been the most phenomenal, most rapid drop ever of our product, not just a tobacco product. Same thing happening in Korea now. Russia is also experiencing a rapid shift to heated tobacco products. And when I was in Japan, and you're at duty free and in the airport, and I walked up, I'm looking at all of the products, and the young Japanese salesperson, she said, it's an e-cigarette. So to them, that's their e-cigarette, because they can't have the same products, but, and how they love technology. In New Zealand, and I should plug my own reports, so this is one we commission, but when you talk about the cost and how much government would lose, so this report quantified how much the government is earning in tax on tobacco, $2 billion a year. And we're only a small country, and it's disproportionately drawing from the Māori community, which is what I'm most concerned about. Because when you go back, if you do look at the holistic perspective, financial stress is, apart from sort of relationship stress and violence in relationships and that sort of abuse, PTSD as well, but for people who don't have those things in their life, financial stress is a huge driver of smoking and relapse to smoking. And we are taking so much money out of the Māori community. It's like, again, part of that vicious circle. So I have another report I wrote because the latest thing I got into trouble for was objecting to the ban on smoking in cars, because when the e-cigarette bill comes out, any day now, the draft bill will come out for consultation. We'd already been told it's going to include a ban on vaping wherever smoking is banned. So what they've tried to do is slip through this ban on smoking in cars that only talks about smoking. But if you know what the minister's plan is, it's going to ban vaping, and she includes smokeless. What's that? But anyway, smokeless is banned as well in the car when minors are present. And, you know, if you include smokeless, snus, potentially, I think she might be thinking about heated tobacco products, but it also includes snus. Actually, New Zealand, the minister said she's not going to legalise the use of snus. So there we have one of the lowest risk products we're going to be not have legal access to. But yeah, so I wrote a bit of a report, a submission, and I published that, and it's called Do We Really Need Another Law? That's on my website under publications. The last chapter of it might be useful for vaping advocates who want to know what can we do, and it's like, what can you do? That's the last chapter, and that's all about writing to your MPs, writing letters. So that might be a useful chapter to have a look at. But also how to frame an argument, how to point out the illogical claims that are being made. So, you know, that's free to download.
Awesome.
I like the title of that one.
Yeah.
Do we need another law?
Do we really need another law?
Oh, I forgot to really.
Yeah.
That's yeah. Kevin, share in the chat room. There's people chatting. When we were talking about nicotine a while ago, it made me think of a scientist, a researcher that I've read a lot of his stuff, Dr. Paul Newhouse.
Yes.
And he specifically researches neuroscience, nicotine in neuroscience with behavioral issues, with dementia, Parkinsonianism, and other things. He's at Vanderbilt University, and he's like one of the only people that I know of that is doing research in nicotine that is not related to smoking.
I was actually just looking for Zeller's interview. Well, it wasn't an interview. There's a symposium at Vanderbilt, and I was actually on a weird website, vapinglinks.blog.
What?
There.
That's a weird website.
But Dr. Glover was mentioning IQOS in Japan. And so when it was right around the time that IQOS was being talked about with their PMTA, and so it was really suspect that Zeller is at, and if you don't know who Zeller is, Mitch Zeller, FDA, I know you know. You know, the folks that are tuning in to listen to us tonight. But he was on a panel, the symposium at Vanderbilt University, very well known, respected, so to speak, university rather. And I mean, it was like a sales pitch for IQOS, talking about, like, they spent 15 minutes talking about 10% smoking conversion rate within 1 year, heat not burn. And like, you know, I think that could fit your harm reduction strategy for America. It's just absolutely incredible how choreographed all of this is, I guess, is ultimately what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I'm not, you know, I'm all about what works for people who are smoking to reduce and preferably completely transition across. I think that people will be using a mix of products, although the heated tobacco product doesn't mix that well with, I think once people have gone to vaping, those two don't mix so well. So you're more likely to see people vaping and using snus and or patches or gum. And maybe there's also going to be some other new products coming out unless we totally stop innovation in this space, which is another risk. But even people who use heated tobacco products, it's not this whole thing about dual use. most vapors at the international conferences I go to have multiple devices and or products, and you use what you can in an environment. So if vaping's banned inside, then they've got some snus to get them through. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
You know, you have your mod and you have your stealth device, and so for some people, vaping is going to not be an option for them, in which case, you know, I support the full range of products, not any one brand or type. And also, I think there's a place for obviously the salts. Solves a problem that was there for some people. Yeah, and bring on all the new products.
I'm glad you say that, because another thing that's happening here in America is like and I have opposing thoughts as well. Like some I think salts have a place, but with limitations. But like one of the things that I'm very proud of all three of us, Kevin, Patrick, and myself, is we are first and foremost tobacco harm reductionists. And so, and one of the things, I mean, we've lost a few friends, like IQOS. I've tried IQOS, and one of the things that upsets us, and it seems like it's more the business folks, if IQOS was the first thing I tried, I would not be a vapor. I was a smoker. I still kind of consider myself a smoker. I mentioned I still crave cigarettes after almost 7 years, and less harm, and it tasted just like my Marlboro Light. Oh my goodness, sign me up.
Give it up.
I smoked everything that you could possibly smoke. I smoked pipes. I smoked cigars. I smoked cigarettes. I enjoyed the ritual. I enjoyed the experience. For me to go to the cigar shop and to sit with a bottle of whiskey and have a cigar, that was bliss for me. So if I had found if the IQOS or whatever, however you say it, had been on the market, then I may not have ever even walked into the little mall kiosk to buy my first e-cigarette. I paid $150 for a Cigalite 10 years ago.
It's a big thing that we're facing. It's very complex, but at the same time, it's very simple. And I think that we just have to be honest about what's happening and what we like and don't like. It's kind of like the self-reporting with the cannabis. People's lives are at stake, and we need to be honest. And not be sneeches. Let people do what they want to do. If I want to write with this pen instead of that pencil, I should be able to do that.
Now, to be clear, there's somebody in the chat room. I just need to the sticks the sticks that go into the IQOS are not cigarettes. It's a completely different process that you can't just go to the convenience store and buy a Marlboro Light and stick it into your IQOS device.
Yep.
And if anybody that's in the chat or hears this on the replay and you're at this point and you think that your little e-liquid brand, even if you're doing $100 million a year, is going to get through PMTA, go over and read IQOS's PMTA. More than $1 billion. I think it might have been $2 billion. It was at least $1 billion. Patrick is saying 3, but if you think you're getting through PMTA, you might want to save your money, send a check to VTA for the lawsuits, and start having a voice. Hold up a sign.
And we actually shared a lot of some of the PMTA on screen during a show and read through just the table of contents and the massive amount of research and science and everything that they had to provide.
Right.
It's horrendous.
It was pretty bad.
I have to throw that up for just a moment. I'm
I
curious.
swear, is the guy on the right Carl?
I think it is. I'm kidding. I'm curious. Have you seen this, Dr. Glover?
No.
So when you were talking about how to speak to your MPs and form an argument, this came to my mind.
Yeah, there's a lot of, so my thing has always been about the focus, public health focus should be on the reduction of illness and disease. There's a huge, well, not huge, tobacco control is a small sector, really. And within that, there is a group whose focus is getting rid of the industry, so they would say their focus is reducing death and disease, but they've chosen to do it by attacking the industry as if they're ever going to get rid of that. No, but okay. So my focus is always reduce the death and disease. So if you smoke, then, let's say that's up there 100%. And I've always said, I don't care what you smoke, it's the smoke that kills. It's smoke. In Asia, a big cause of death and disease is cooking fires inside the house. We're not even a cigarette, not even a joint. The cooking fires inside the house. So smoke kills. That's up here, and then everything else is way, way, way down here in terms of illness and death. So if you're really going to look at it from a harm reduction, a public health perspective, we just want to get people from up here. Anywhere down here is fine, thank you, because greatly reduce risks.
No matter what they say, they may say that they want to reduce harm or reduce morbidity or sickness or whatever. Their real goal is elimination. They don't.
That's a different ideology.
They don't ever look at harm reduction. Even when we interface with them, when we communicate with them, and we say this is 95% less harmful, if we use
well, that's where other people's
they say, well, there's still harm.
Different ideology. So that is not about reducing illness and death. That's about religion or pushing their own culture or whatever. That's morals. A different belief system. That isn't elimination is they want elimination because we're going back to social learning theory, Bandura's social learning theory, and denormalization. And if anybody sees it, it's going to spread like a disease.
It's puritanical. It's prohibition. It's Baptist and bootleggers, and it's been proven to work in harmony for eons. They know this. They just keep beating that same drum, and people want to believe it because people are assholes. And it's not me, it's you.
Well, it's a simplistic way of viewing the world. It's
So, Dr. Glover, we tend to keep on talking, and I don't want to, you're ruining your Saturday afternoon talking to us.
No. We have to be true American men. We're brightening her month, her year.
So if you have something to do, don't feel like you have to stay. But you're welcome to stay as long as you want. We just don't want to run you off either.
Go get some drinks and come back. In all seriousness, well, Patrick and I are a little rough around the edges. Kevin is the he's our dad.
I'm the sweet one.
Well, you are the oldest.
But it really is such an amazing honor to hold audience with you and speak with you. It really is a tremendous honor, and we thank you.
Well, I hope it's been useful, and and I hope it helps.
When I'm just
takes notes.
When I'm just with these knuckleheads, I don't take notes.
I have I want it to be a fun question, Dr. Glover. I was dared to ask, and I'm curious myself. Could you describe Dr. Chapman for us any way you like?
Ooh.
Ooh. Okay, well then we can go on.
No, I can talk about my personal experience of as a woman in tobacco control of 30 years, and it isn't there's like the A list and the B list, and you go to the conferences, and all of those senior professors and that sort of disappear, like you're standing by your poster as a young researcher, and very rarely do any of the A-list or those who, big professors up there come by to look at your poster. So I'm sort of like, I wonder where they all go. So there's all these side meetings that go on at the conferences, and they're all off having their, the real meeting. But so I met Simon many, many times at conferences, and every time he was always like, "Nice to meet you."
Dismissive at best.
Just, even recently he was like, "Who is this person that she's only got like 11 citations?"
Yeah.
So, you just sometimes you're just invisible to people.
So you feel like a smoker. And for the record, Bruni asked me to ask you that.
It's been very lonely. Hi, Bruni. It's been very lonely in tobacco control, especially as an Indigenous person. Occasionally, there would be another Indigenous person from Canada or in America at a world conference on tobacco or health or a conference, but never anyone they've never stuck around. Often funding is taken away. So it's and there are a lot of women in tobacco control, but there was only like one at the top. I went and said, "Oh, here's my card. If you ever read Lean by anyway, it's a famous book." I went and gave my card. Yep. I'd love to do work at an international level, and if I can contribute. Nothing, never. There's no. It's like it's that whole thing of people pulling the ladder up after them.
Right.
So no other, no other
That's-
woman's going to get on the A list. It's highly competitive and backstabbing like that, which is a shame. We're all there to save lives and to help people stop smoking. But yeah, so Simon, I've known Simon for a long time, and he hasn't known me for a long time.
That's well put. Very well.
I did used to teach his book. He has, and if we're gonna, I can recommend another book. Simon has a book on advocacy, and it's an A to Z of advocacy, and it's actually very useful for advocates. Yep. So what more can you do but actually have a look at that and use some of those great tools?
Well, he never made me cry, so
there you go.
Saw it off.
I will.
So I have to clarify something because I don't want to miss this. I started chuckling. And I've got to tell you why I chuckled. Our friend Keith Gossett, while you were talking, he says in the chat, "Yes, keep her on. It's like seeing three boys going to church for the first time and sitting in the first row. They're not used to seeing us so well behaved."
Oh, and I had a really lovely compliment, or it was quite funny. Somebody called me the leader of the bot army. And hey, you guys, you didn't pick up on my hashtag. Hashtag bot shit.
Oh my God.
Drink.
Oh.
I got to go to Twitter now.
Yeah. I
I've
mean,
actually been-
not a bot is definitely what's trending, but sometimes bot shit is what is needed.
I'm gonna go bot shit crazy right now.
I love that. Oh my
Bot
goodness.
shit crazy.
Yeah, one of the problems we have is that you guys are all asleep when I'm, awake tweeting, and
Yep.
so I have a long day, and I'm always on Twitter late at night and first thing in the morning. But it's hard to,
I gotta
Well-
go find it.
Well, Kevin and I had a little bit of fun, not last night, but the night before, on Twitter, attacking, because there's been two pieces about the bot army, that two different analytic organizations decided to associate all of our tweets as bots.
yeah,
One actually named Kevin by name.
yeah.
No, not by name.
Not by name.
By your handle then. And I decided I would just call into question the research skills of both of these organizations, because one of them appears to be the newest one, which is the public PGP one, appears to be a paid hack organization. And I have been able to find very little information on the AstroStream UK.
So Michelle Menton had a very, very solid response. She's like, okay, so how many bots do the ants operate?
Yeah.
All of them.
More than us.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you guys will be on here for a few hours talking, and most of my colleagues in public health, if it's a Saturday or Friday night, there is no way they are working.
They're
So
home
it's
drinking.
it's 9 to 5 for most people who work in health and in public health, and not Murray. Murray's retired and he still gets up and works at the computer, but for me, it's people are dying, and I will go soon because it is a Saturday and I do have a daughter, and we've got lots of things to do. I've been traveling a lot this year, and that's a huge privilege to travel to other countries and try to learn a little bit about other people and other cultures. I really want to, I just wish that there'd be more acknowledgement that not everybody is the same, and that not everybody believes the same theories. What's happening in India is fascinating, and in Japan and in Korea. I really want to see a lot more research coming out of those countries from their perspectives. I wish there were more Indigenous researchers also putting an Indigenous perspective, not the colonizers' perspective, which unfortunately happens as well. And so it's been great being on here with you guys, and I just hope that it has helped. And any questions, I'm on Twitter a lot, and I actually am also not a bot. It's just a strategy. It's just a strategy to discredit and silence and marginalize. It's about silencing and discrediting. And the ants have been using that against both smokers for a very, very long time. It goes back. Another book you might not know about is Christopher Snowden's. He wrote a book about history of tobacco control. And when I was deep in the echo chamber of tobacco control, it's certainly a book that was not on the reading list. You're not to expose yourself to any outside ideas. But I'm enjoying reading it now, and I'm surprised there's so much in it that would have been useful to know earlier on. So Christopher Snowden's History of Tobacco is, and these strategies that you're coming up against that are being used against you to silence you, to minimize what you're saying and sideline you, have been used for a very, very long time. So Christopher's books on the tobacco history of the anti-tobacco. Actually, it's history of tobacco control. I was surprised to learn that smoking was banned for anyone under the age of 16 as early as like 1906, I think, in somewhere in the US. So, you know, everybody thinks that they invented it, and they just invented it now, and it's never happened before. Everything's new and innovative, but we've been here before, guys.
Yeah, everything is cyclical.
Well, they tried something, it didn't work. They tried something else, so they went back to the original thing that didn't work, and that's what they'll do again. So when they get rid of flavors, if we don't stand up and stop them, then what will happen is we'll have two things. We'll have Juul, tobacco flavors, and regular cigarettes, and that's when the gateway will exist. That's when the kids and people that are hitting the Juul at a high milligram, and although it is less harmful than tobacco, I believe, it will show and prove. And here's the thing that's absolutely mind-boggling. What they're doing will eventually prove their former arguments by removing our abilities in our retail stores to help people with their devices, help people with their transition. People will make mistakes. People will start doing DIY. We will have deaths from nicotine because in America, at least, you know, people have not had the DIY. You know, we have millions of people that can just go into the store and get a 3 milligram or 6 milligram or 12 milligram that is very, I mean, like, there's the back of my label. I'm not going to promote my brand, but there's a lot of stuff on that. It is highly regulated. It's highly controlled. There's a lot of integrity and pride that goes into it. But once we become a black market, it becomes this. Let me see if I can, is it going to, oh, there you go.
Yeah.
It becomes that. Hit me up on Snapchat, you know, black market.
Where'd you get that?
Public health. You know, the
He's
real,
got a label printer.
you know, oh, one
Yeah,
of
the risk is to, you know, that there's been I think it's 3 deaths of toddlers who have got into the nicotine, straight nicotine. So that's the risk.
You know, public education in America is abysmal at best. And I mean, we're going to have, when we have bottles of 100 milligram nicotine sitting on the counter.
I think America, you're the kings of advertising. I think the education, public education, is really effective there. Just look at, you know, Zella's posters in every toilet in every school throughout the country.
But,
I mean,
but not on the flip side, Doc. Not on the flip side.
But this is it. You have the tools and the skills and the strategies to do amazing, positive, you know, things and save many, many lives. And what's happening is it's being misused. So, all right. Well, I'm getting a bit hungry. And
thank you so much.
Yeah. So I'm going to head off, and just email me and give me some feedback about how useful it's been for you. I hope it has been, and it's been enjoyable catching up with you. And thank you so much, all of you, for your support of me. You know, I know it's not about me. The attacks on me is an attack on all of you. I'm just a proxy. I'm someone they feel they can get to. They can't get to a lot of you because you're public. They don't have anything to do with the public. So it's, you know, it's me and Jerry and Jerry Stimson and the advocates. You know, they attack us because they think they have a right to.
Well, Dr. Glover, we have this thing,
power and control,
that we call birds of a feather. You are now a member of the Birds of a Feather Club.
I think that's a really great attitude. One of the things that I've been really impressed by is how strong the vaping community is worldwide. You know, the networks online, which has been one of the reasons why vaping has been so successful at helping so many people, millions and millions of people now quit smoking, is the support you give to each other. And you've done it without public health's help, and now you're doing it despite public health trying to stand in front of you and shut the door and shut you down and threaten to ban Facebook groups. And that's real community. And this is a social justice movement. What you're doing is saving lives, and thank you very much for what you guys do. Because the vaping community, you have done this. It's not us. It's you guys. You vape shops and individual vapors helping their friends, their family, up to 100 people, 500 people. No smoking cessation services have ever been this effective. So keep it up, keep supporting each other, and we say here, kia kaha, stay strong.
I love that.
Love that.
Dr. Glover, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you for everything you do around the world. You are a true inspiration for so many. It's really, truly an honor to meet you. I look forward to meeting you in person one day.
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Ditto.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Kevin is so happy. There were people commenting in the chat room that you've never spoken so much during the show before.
Yeah, he told me to shut up like 2 seconds. I didn't even get to say hi.
He pulled the mute button out on us.
I said mute yourselves.
Oh.
Don't me, Zippy.
Kevin is just so he's like glowing right now.
Oh my God.
I'm actually I was when I reached out to her and asked her to come on the show, I actually thought she probably would not even acknowledge my invitation, and she was like, sure.
Yep.
I was like, well, we do it every Friday. I'll do it this week. I was like, what? I was like, yes.
I'll tell you what, I am so ultra impressed, first of all, that she would honor us to do it.
She is my friend on Facebook, on Twitter. And
she's my friend on Facebook.
She's my friend on all those same things.
Wife, she popped over just 2 weeks ago, had dinner with my wife and I. It's the 7th time this year.
And the one time I went to visit Fig, he made sure his wife was out of town before I. We just tried to keep it on
the down low, like she's my son's godmother. So.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
I reached out to her. Come on now.
Out of nowhere, some strange guy.
I've got all this like Friday night, ink built up. I had to be nice for.
This is all being recorded,
I didn't say a single F-bomb.
And
you
Keith,
did say douche leave though.
And I
did not have an F-bomb for over 3 hours.
Well, now rub one out, get it out now.
I'm trying to find Keith's comment because I was giggling.
I screenshot it. Yeah.
I was laughing at it when you were laughing.
and I couldn't stop laughing. I'm like, oh my God, she's being so serious, and I'm laughing, but like Bucky made me laugh.
Okay, so everybody that's on Twitter right now, I'm asking there's 57 people in the chat room.
Go follow.
That not only that, but go to
say thank you for
go to her Twitter, find a tweet where she uses the hashtag bot shit.
It's her top tweet.
And respond.
No, don't listen to Patrick. I'm gonna
mute your ass. I'm talking.
On the Twitter bot. What are you listening to these two goofballs for?
I want every person to go to her Twitter and just respond to the vape or bot shit Twitter.
Use the hashtag bot shit by responding or over tweeting or under tweeting that woman.
Yes,
No,
please.
hey,
Now.
look,
Do it now.
Yeah.
Now.
Seriously, like, give her a follow. She's one of the smartest people in the world with regard to what we do, and probably like everything else too.
Yes.
But seriously, like, if you heard anything she said, you know, like, she's brilliant. She's a wonderful, caring human. I was kidding. She's not my son's godmother. But I am thoroughly like, man, my heart is warmed having had an opportunity to speak with her, with you guys tonight. What a real privilege and honor.
Hey, somebody say fuck so everybody can drink.
I got to mix a drink first.
Well, you said bot shit earlier. That's all right.
No, I didn't say.
You
fuck
said
though.
bot shit. Like, I was like, what?
Yeah, when she said it, I checked the replay. I was like,
Now,
Oh no.
I need Keith to kind of give us some advice on how to get out of church now.
No, we're out of church.
we're done. Church is gone.
That's
We're
probably
the fuck
one
out
of
of
the funniest things I've ever read of Keith ever.
You know, at the end of Mass, the priest says,
We're all
the
like-
Mass is over, go in peace. And everybody says, thanks be to God. Thanks be to God.
You may go. Get out of here.
Oh Lord. Hey, like, look. So, man, fuck, you know, today I had 3 Mondays, all really, really, truly amazing. And I do apologize for being late. It was good for good reason, but
I thought you were going to blow us off.
no. I told you, like, you know, I sent you a message.
I got the message, but I just thought you were blowing us off anyway.
No.
You were probably out having fun.
Probably sitting at Dr. Glover's house.
I literally had just poked my head up. We've got a lot of stuff going on. You know, you probably saw, well, maybe I shouldn't say you probably, but maybe you did.
I saw a post with a bunch of different 1, 2, 3, and there was nothing for number 8, and I saw that.
Yeah, you saw that. So, like, that was about 4 hours of my day of meetings. You know, so, like, some really, really cool stuff. Yeah. So I'm very happy. A lot of work, but I'm very happy. You know, I know that we have a lot of crazy serious shit, but, like, did you guys talk about what's going on in the country? Like, or did you just jump right in with
We jumped right into having the awesomest guest we've ever had.
She actually got on and took over.
Man, she makes that guy John Nathan look like a schmuck.
Well, he is kind of a schmuck. We love him, but he is kind of a schmuck.
I mean, but, you know, I tell you, even though, like, Bucky kind of, like, busts her chops, she's kind of like the New Zealand version of Bucky, like, you know, as far as, like, care and compassion, like, you know.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
See, Bucky, I love you. No, so Oregon is they got the TRO.
Judges are going fucking crazy on these executive orders.
You know, New York is still selling flavors. Michigan got their TRO thanks to Mark Sealis. So I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name. Vape shop owner that sued the state of asshole, Whitmer. A lot of cool stuff.
Don't mess with Caitlyn Jenner, man.
She does kind of look like Caitlyn Jenner, doesn't she? You know, she looks, you know, all right. Anyway, you know, look, a lot of good stuff happening. I know that, like, you know, it's rough. I know our shops are, woo, doggy.
Dude, and I wrote a post earlier, because it was too long for a tweet, and I had to get it out. I've been seeing shops here in Texas posting on Facebook they're going out of business. I had a video from one of my friends that's a vape shop down in the valley, down here on the Rio Grande Valley, in tears, saying that she's going to close her business because she can't pay her rent.
Yeah.
And we don't have a flavor ban in Texas.
Wow.
You know, this is a direct result of a long, extended propaganda campaign.
Yep.
And people that are even in places where there's not horrible executive orders, just losing money. You know, 30%. If you drop 30% this month, and then you drop 30% next month, and then you drop 30% the next month,
it's attrition. And
I was going to say is attrition.
Death by 1,000 fucking cuts is what it is.
And here's the thing, like, you know, I'm going to talk to our shop owner friends here for a second, if I may. You know, look, it's tough. I'm a shop owner too. It's also tough for our manufacturers. It's also tough for our distributors. I've been seeing people point fingers and talk a little bit of smack and like, look, we're all hurting. Please remember that we're all hurting, but the consumer is hurting too, and so is the smoker. If you heard anything tonight, you know, I hope you heard Dr. Glover talk about the concerted efforts, not only against us, but it's against the science itself. It's about the researchers, the people that are on the higher levels and the academic levels that are doing amazing global work. This is a global thing. We are all together. And I tell you, like, I talk about my upbringing. You know, I grew up in the coal fields of West Virginia. You know, I still remember when the coal mines were shut down for 3 years. You know, unemployment only lasts so long. Union benefits only last so long. Like, we were without any money for more than 2 years. You know, like the men, you know, after the second year of that 3 year, you know, they were going off to places like Dalton, Georgia to work in the carpet factories. You know, my brother went to Georgia and he was hanging off the side of water towers, like 30 feet in the air, 50 feet in the air, hanging off on a little piece of plywood. The point that I'm trying to make is, like, you know, we have some tough times right now, and they're probably going to last a little bit longer, but just remember that we are on the right side of history here, and more information is coming out. We actually do have lawmakers that are being honest. If you haven't heard, you know, Supervisor Gaspar's talk, if you haven't heard, like, you know, Assemblymember Gray, I shared one of his little clips. There are people that recognize that this is not nicotine vapor. This is illegal drugs. And I tell you, if you got to sell your dog, don't do that, because dogs are cool. If you got to sell your kid, if they're snotty, you know, maybe you should. But if they're a good kid and you did a good job, don't sell your kid. But whatever you can do to streamline, maybe talk to your landlord, let them know, show them the evidence that's against you. You know, see if you can work it out. You know, see if you can keep on for another month or 2 or 3 or 4. You know, if you've got an opportunity to maybe sublease a portion, bring in a t-shirt company, bring in, like, you know, somebody that will take over a portion of your space. You know, like, whatever we can do to stay in business, we need to do it. And I tell you, if for no other reason, I'm going to be a little extra serious here. The reality is, if you go out of business, if you shut down your door, you're probably not going to come back in. And the reality is, if you look at what these laws are doing, they're all temporary bans. And I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know that in 4 months they're not going to, like, shut the complete door. But right now, everything that I'm seeing, and Patrick, Kevin, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I have not seen a permanent ban in any of these states.
No, I mean, their strategy has been from day one. They thought that they could just write an executive order and inform. I mean, really, we talked about this before. The logical way of thinking is these businesses wouldn't be able to survive after having to shut their doors for 4 months or 3
Well,
months.
here's what I know. I know that when we open our store, I sold my truck. I had a camper. I have a nice camper. It's nicer than what I have now, but I had a camper. I had a nice truck. I sold both of them. That's a couple of the ways that we got started. And then for the first 2 years, I drove the work van. And it was kind of fun at first, but then after like a month of driving the work van, it kind of sucked. But I did that for 2 years.
But
well, guess what? Right now, and here's where I'm going. That work van, it's paid off.
yeah,
and
I'm going to finish my thought now.
All right, sorry.
So originally, the way of thinking is that a 3 to 4 month temporary ban would sweep clean, get rid of these businesses because they can't. I don't think any of these governors expected that judges were going to slam the door on them with these TROs, or in some. I mean, the New York TRO, I think, already expired, but they're still not enforcing.
Well, the New York,
I read somewhere that the New York TRO is still going to go until Monday or something.
That goes until I don't want to talk about it.
But anyway, so I think that these governors are now kind of standing on the sidelines. You got the Michigan Whitmer saying, well, I'm going to fight that judge. That judge doesn't know the law. And I tweeted at her the other day. I think she needs to remember, because she is she's got a Juris Doctorate. She's a lawyer.
That doesn't mean she knows what the fuck she's talking about.
No, but anyway, I think she learned in law school that we have a separation of powers and each branch does a specific thing. And I think somebody probably needs to remind her that it's the judicial branch that interprets the law, not the executive branch.
Yeah.
So she's trying to interpret the law for the judges and telling them that they don't understand what the law says.
Well, she's trying to bully them is what she's trying to do.
So obviously judges are going to swing their dick the way they want to swing their dick. And I have a feeling if she continues to use language like that, the next judge is probably just going to uphold the other judge's decision just because she's basically trying to bully.
Well, regardless, here's the thing, and Patrick is right. Yes, they thought this and that, but like what I was trying to say before he shushed me, and you
interrupted me.
I'm not running the video tonight, so I don't get to mute him. No, but look, here's the thing. In life, like this is no different. And I'm going to encourage you to look at this just like any other job. If you lost your job, if you're a regular employee and there's a problem at your job, it's going to take you 3 to 6 months to find another job. Typically, I mean, if you're working at McDonald's, like you'll probably get a job at In-N-Out pretty quick. But like in general, it takes some time to get a job. So if you're in business now? Hopefully you are. Look around and see what you can do to streamline. See what you can do to thin your outlay. What I was trying to say is, like one of the things that we're looking at is, we'll sell the work van. The bans are in general what we're seeing is 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4 months. And so will the van, like it's kind of older now, it's not going to quite cover operating expenses for 4 months, but it'll help.
So I have a question, Fig, since I'm not in the business and neither is Ginger over there. So why, and I'm asking this from a point of view of somebody who's I have a feeling I know what your answer is going to be, but why even fight it if the FDA is going to close you down next May?
Because fuck them.
Sorry. That's reason number one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to override you.
But reason number two, especially first and foremost, I mean, all three of us have known each other for a long time, and we know that, like, why we do this business, or why I do this business, especially for the shops that are in this for THR, the shops that opened because they had a personal transformation. They wanted to share that experience with others. Come March, April, June, especially if things don't change, your options of what you can sell are going to be greatly limited. However, I still believe that we will have enough products left. You're not going to have a 17,000 square foot, cloud haven, but if you've got a savvy mind as far as business, you can, minimize your footprint. Like, that's one of the things that we've done, which in 2016, we got hit with a whole bunch of stuff. In 2016, we had 3,000 square feet. We had 3 spaces with various experiences in each. Well, now we have 400 square feet of retail space, and it's perfect for the foot traffic that we have. And it pays for itself. So, like, in 2019, with legislative pressures, with laws, you've got to really be looking at how much, liability you have per square foot. And that's just the way I look at it. I look at our space and I look at, is every square foot necessary? Even the open space, like, does a shop require 1,500 square feet of open space? Well, if you only have one cloud comp a year, well, have that in the alley, because in general, you only need a couple hundred square feet for your customers. Now, one of the things I want to make sure to answer, because I don't know if it happens for you guys, but once comments go by, I can only scroll up so far.
Yeah, we can only go so far.
But I wrote down Cherry Lie had a question about city and county bans. Are they permanent or temporary? So what Cherry is talking about in particular, I know, is the recent vote in San Diego County. San Diego County Board of Supervisors, Nathan Asshole Fletcher and Diane Asshole Jacob.
They have the same middle name?
Yep, they're asshole cousins. They pushed through a vote on a flavor ban, which is permanent if passed, and a device moratorium of 1 year. Now, we talked about Gaspar. If you haven't seen Gaspar's speech, I'll post a link to it. I'm going to post her Twitter link in it, so you can watch it from there and give her props. Technically speaking, that is not a done deal, Cherry. The way that is written, it was a flavor ban to request advice from the CAO, the Chief Administrative Officer. Chief Administrative Officer is supposed to review evidence and documentation, make their suggestion. The CAO has 180 days to come back to the supervisors with their recommendations. And then my understanding is there has to be a second vote. Yeah. Now, what I'm unclear of is whether or not that's a second vote among the Board of Supervisors or if it's a people's vote. I'm not clear on that, but my understanding is, to answer Cherry's question, is the CAO, that vote was to send it to the CAO. CAO, Chief Administrative Officer. I don't know if that answers your question fully, but you know.
Okay, so while we were on, this happened. So I don't have I don't know what it says, but it's only 24 seconds, and it's somebody that like a lot of people like. So let's watch this.
I mean, the issue with
Oh,
I missed that.
Let me
damn.
redo this because I think I hit the wrong button. Oh no, I didn't.
Tease.
I hit the right button. I just want to make sure. So yeah, let's watch this.
I mean, the issue with people dying isn't a nicotine liquid vapor issue. It's an illicit black market THC cannabis issue. The FDA has reported this. The CDC has reported this. There's nothing in a water-soluble liquid nicotine product that can make you sick.
So I just want to address the thought that there's nothing in a vaping capsule that can make you sick. It's just simply not true.
I mean, the issue with people dying isn't a nicotine liquid vapor issue. It's an illicit black market THC cannabis issue. The FDA has reported this. The CDC has reported this. There's nothing in a water-soluble liquid nicotine product that can make you sick.
So I just want to address the thought that there's nothing in a vaping capsule that can make you sick. It's just simply not true.
What did Dr. Glover just say? What did Dr.
Public
Glover
health people
just
lie.
say? What did she just tell us? What did we learn? Son of a bitch. Drink. So they interviewed.
We learned that she is my son's godmother.
So the curious thing was they interviewed Nick, and then they brought in somebody else
To counter.
interviewed them, or had them counter the recording and not address Nick directly.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this is not genuine reporting, for one thing. This is not genuine. You know, the woman that responded didn't describe what was inaccurate about Nick's statement, just that that's not true. So
it's not true about a lot of things.
yeah, and Nick actually, he brushed his hair. He looked like he had product on. He looked,
You didn't have a hat, is what Bruni said.
yeah, he didn't have a hat. So that was, I just,
Emily
I feel
said
bad when our people go on TV and they get used in that way. I mean, obviously, he was having a sincere discussion with that reporter, and then the network or the reporter or whatever decided to generate a aha moment and have somebody with the words below their name, public health expert.
Yeah. That's called gaslighting.
Nothing.
It's called gaslighting, and Emily is correct. What did she say?
Mind control programming.
Yeah, gaslighting.
So yeah,
cognitive dissonance.
They put on the screen public health expert, and all that person had to say is, well, that's not true.
All right. So one of the things I want to jump into, if I may interject, because there were a couple of comments, they're way up there. Somebody talked about Azar. Yeah, I finally watched Jackass, and I swear he looked like a used car salesman that started peddling drugs.
The used car salesman bot.
Yeah, he was all like giddy. Fuck that guy. One of the things that people need to understand is, number one, calm the fuck down. There's a lot of salesmen out there peddling their bullshit and trumping up fears, first and foremost. And I'm about this close to start calling out companies and names. I'm about this close.
Do it.
So, look, especially if you're in states that have flavor issues, guess what? Intended use. If you think for one fucking second that you're going to put flavored CBD into your shop, and get away with it, you're wrong. If you think you're going to put flavored hemp shots in your shop and get away with it, you're wrong. Especially if you're in a place like California where hemp is fucking illegal in liquid form, you're wrong. I don't know the laws in other states, but I do know that hemp shots or enhancers or whatever fucking bullshit that is in California, I don't give a fuck about the supposed 3 lawyers that passed on, the hat around and said, here, give me cash and I'll tell you it's okay for your legal disclaimer on the back of the bottle. I promise you, if you have hemp liquid on your shelf in California and a public health official comes through and inspects you and they're actually doing their fucking job, you're fucked. California Department of Health, just so you know, and I might, be pissed off enough that I'll dig up the fucking document, but like California Department of Health is including CBD in these lung deaths.
Mm-hmm.
THC, CBD, lung deaths.
I think that chart you just showed on the screen actually had CBD listed.
Actually, that chart did as well. But like, I'm talking about the actual alert where they wrote it the fuck out.
Yeah.
Right next to THC, CBD was listed. So if you're in California, you think you're going to get away with hemp enhancer CBD because your fucking shithead salesman said, I'm going to save you. Your shithead salesman sold you down the street last year, the year before, the year before, the year before, the year before. They don't have your back now.
Well, but I've been very anti-loophole-y for a long time. I've on many shows, on even all the way back to Vaping Militia Radio when we were talking about people already, when the sky was falling then, there were people, every time the sky is started to fall, the cockroaches have come out and started trying to point out loopholes, and every one of them,
it's usually some shithead that has pulled the wool over thousands of people's eyes already.
There was a phone conference the day after the release of the original deeming, and the flavor shot comment or question was asked during that phone call in 2015.
I think it's actually recorded on one.
It's on fucking YouTube. Go back and look.
Well, I'm talking about in the tutorials. They did a whole tutorial series. It's in the retailer series.
Yeah.
What you can sell.
So I don't, these people that are and some of these people I've known for years, at least one of them I've known for years. If you try to put that shit on the shelf in a vape shop, I'm sorry, guys. That loophole is gonna fucking be a noose.
You might get away with
your head through it. You're gonna lose your head.
You might get away with it, but whoever doesn't get away with it, you're gonna be made an example of. And when you put that shit on your shelves, just like Kratom, and I'll make no apology if you open a vape shop to help smokers get off of cigarettes using vapor, and like you had a tough month. Let's say you had a tough year, and like suddenly you got Kratom and you got hemp flower or CBD flower.
Which I literally just saw that today. I never even knew it existed.
Yeah, look, it's fine. I get it, and I never am one to tell somebody how to do their actual business. But what I am saying is use your head. But regarding Azar, that douchebag, and Trump, like one of the things I want to remind people of, I want you to look at the states, look at New York, look at Michigan, look at Oregon. We've talked about this before. I know I've talked about it plenty of times. I've said for a few years, this thing will be decided in the courts. We're seeing that now.
Of the states.
And I think it'll end up in the courts federally too.
Yep.
you got to be patient. You got to understand that, you know, these things are not going to be talked about publicly. You know, the stakes are too high. The law firms that are fighting the cases, or building and fighting the cases, I should say, they're not going to like tell you or me what their strategy is. They can't. If they tell you or me their strategy, then they've lost. You know, they've got to keep this shit private and secret. But here's what I want you to absolutely do. Whenever you see the people that are actually fighting and they ask you to share something, share it. Share it. There's a reason why. They're not going to spend the time or money to create something, especially when money is so scarce, unless it's important. And I want to show you something, and I know a couple of things about this. This is a preamble. They did message a little bit about this in advance. This is like the first wave, I understand. So like this one right here.
President Trump is keeping his promises. His new executive orders require government agencies follow the law. Despite President Trump's efforts, bureaucrats are considering a huge new overreach. They're considering banning flavored vapor. Vaping is at least 95% safer than smoking. But if the government bans flavored vapor, 150,000 jobs gone. Millions will resort to cigarettes or the black market. Banning flavors will imperil our health and our booming economy.
Boom.
So here's the thing, and I'm gonna put that in there right now. That is a video that should be shared. You've got an organization that is spending the funds, spending the money to have things like that created. Timing is important. Don't wait a month to fucking share that. Pay attention to when they fucking release this shit. They release this in advance of Azar's fucking bullshit. So when you see VTA, who is the organization that's out there suing motherfuckers, if they stop to put something out, share it. Encourage your friends to share it. Don't go and be that prick that like rips it and like, oh, hey, let me put this commercial on my YouTube channel so I get fucking shares and likes. No, you share it from their channel, just the same as like Gaspar. Like it was so annoying, you know, earlier in the week, like people that were taking the video down to put it on their, you know, to put it on their YouTube. They had, you know, like this one guy had 42 followers, but he takes and rips the video to put it on his 42 follower YouTube channel. No, leave it on Twitter where the representative, the lawmaker will see it, because what we're trying to do is get the lawmakers' attention. And in addition, don't share shit just once. You know, share it multiple times. Go back and answer questions.
Talk about it.
Go back after 2 days and bump that shit. Go back 2 days later and bump it. The next day, bump it. You know, the average person, we've said this a million times, the average person is only on social media 20 minutes a day. Now, I know that people are on there on social media all day long in some capacity, but as far as actually looking at stuff that they didn't intentionally go there to look for, they're only online for 20 minutes a day. So share things multiple times a day, bump things multiple times a day.
Hey, I just saw that John just came into the chat room as a board member of VT.
What's John?
John Glosser.
Who's that?
John who?
John, as a board member of the VTA, could you tell the Twitter person at VTA to put that video on their Twitter? Because it ain't on there.
It's
that I
not.
can no,
No.
it's not there.
I'll look again.
I'm
It
on their
wasn't
feed
there
right
earlier.
now.
Oh.
It ain't there.
Good enough.
That way
What's this?
we could drive traffic to their Twitter too.
What's this Twitter thing you speak of? What is that? Look at Fig smiling.
Fig's over there trying to see if I'm wrong.
It was not on there earlier. I did check it. And then I had to do something else, and then I had to come on with you goofballs.
Hey, look, Drew's like Fig is a beast building up VTA like that. Now, brother Drew, you know me, bro. Here's the thing. I support winners. I support, and I am not shy about the strategies that I think are doing great. I wish that I didn't have to talk about them as much as I do. But, the sooner more people like recognize who's actually doing the fucking work, the sooner I can be a little less vocal. That's my thing.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, after watching this show with Dr. Glover on, and talking about her transformation from being a party line towing public health advocate to actually waking up and realizing that many of the things that they're doing are actually causing more damage. I mean, when she said that, I was like, that was like an amazing moment where she said, I realized that we were doing more damage than good.
Yes.
Yes.
So hey, since Drew brought it up, Drew's like bullshit, Fitzky.
You have been busting your back though.
The big Figowski.
So let me show you something else. Like here, I'll crow. I'm a fanboy. I'm a fanboy of solid work. I mean, like they updated their Keystone members, 134.
Didn't we just do this last week?
No, they updated it tonight.
Oh, they did it again.
Tonight.
How many were there last week and how many are there now?
I don't remember how many last week, but now there's 134. So here's the thing. Like shops, small manufacturers, they're like, hey, we see you, VTA. We see, and there's Drewski.
He's magic.
Yes, he is. Mamski's magic. So, like, I go to that page all the time. I think it's cool as shit, It's real easy to get to. Just go to the photo album and boom, right there it is.
All right. So, I mean, where did the general of the Twitter bot army go? So,
Emily said there were 89 or 91 last week, so there's 134 now.
That's pretty good growth in a week. Somebody's definitely been rubbing it.
Ooh.
I timed that perfectly.
Oh, I heard you.
No, I was trying to make him shoot stuff out of his nose again. I'm such an asshole. Yeah, I mean, I'm just so happy this week, I enjoyed driving the bot army message all week. It was fun. We got to be sarcastic and shit on people, which I enjoy on Twitter. I enjoy that. Then, multiple judges, affirming that the arguments that we're making are valuable and, enable, pushing through these TROs. That made me happy. And then obviously the punctuation at the end of this week, having Dr. Glover on.
Yes.
I'm ending the week on a good note. I'm like actually got a smile on my face.
Yeah.
I don't actually think that, other than, you being called a body,
Yeah. I've been
and I
called
actually
worse.
enjoyed that. I used that as some comic relief the other night on Twitter. We had a lot of shenanigans.
There was near to do well, and there was some skipping around, and
there was like 4 or 5 hours of me and Kevin just tweeting again, tweeting back at each other and tweeting at these assholes. So I literally, I'm a happy guy this week. Fig looks like he's overworked.
I have a lot of happy hours this week. I really do. I
Are you having a happy hour right now?
I am tired. I've put in about 120, 130 hours this week. But it's been absolutely incredible. I put out that post earlier. There's going to be a pretty swift change with our platform. It's going to be emotional. It's emotional right now because, we've talked a lot, and I've shared what I feel is appropriate publicly. We set out to achieve some personal goals. And the goals that we set initially, I'm a 90-day goal guy, and we've blown the doors off of every goal that we've set over the past 2 years. In that post, I put some numbers. In the past, 21 months, we've directly generated $2.2 million to the fight in various ways. Beyond our wildest dreams, we've blown the doors off of goals that we set from the beginning. One of the things I'm most proud of is the majority of people over the past 2 years had no idea what our real goals were. They just thought we were a sales platform. And one of the things that I'll tell you right now, for the remaining 36 people, I'm about to shut down sales. A part of the next stage is it's not sales at all. But it's going to be an incredible, absolutely incredible next 3 weeks. But kind of like how Safada, did I say Safada? Kasa, I meant. Kasa has nothing to do with industry. Well, the next stage of vape tithing cannot have anything to do with industry. And that's as far of a hint as anyone's going to get. But I'm incredibly excited about this next 3 weeks. That will be at least 200 to 300 hours of my life. And neither one of you paying attention to me.
I was listening the whole time. I can multitask.
What?
That means that I can actually do something because I'm just a consumer. Other than buy stuff. I don't know anything about it. So,
that's what my wife says. Like when she's doing something and I'm talking and like she's really not like giving the rat's ass what I'm saying. So no, I'm listening.
What?
Hey, I listened. I even gave you details.
My response is yes, dear. You're right. I'm sorry.
So I'm pretty sure Patrick just gave me the verbal reach around.
I'll just tell you, I was
I
tweeting
just rubbed it a little bit.
I was tweeting and linking. I heard a couple things.
No, I see what you both were, and you're both forgiven. You're both
We do love you.
And
more than words.
And I love me. And I love me too. That's why I give you shit.
The big what is it? The big fig Botsky now.
Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. So I think it's about final thoughts time because I got to pee.
You want to go first so you can pee? I got a bucket. What are you doing? You want to go first so you can go pee?
Go ahead.
I'll go first. And I'm going to keep it real simple. You know, we kind of alluded to this, but here's my thing. One of the problems that we have in America today is so many people have never actually had to deal with adversity. So many people have never had to deal with challenge. So many people have never had to deal with struggle or strife in their personal lives. You know, one of the things I hope, and I have this in my affirmations at night, is that when we are faced with challenge, take a moment and embrace it. Say thank you, because this is what life is. You can go throughout history. You know, Buddhism talks about life being suffering. You know, there throughout time has been a great amount of struggle and strife. I personally think that it's not a thing. I know that I am grateful for having the tough times in my life, because the tough times in my life, and I speak openly about it, like times that I lived without running water, without electricity. And a lot of people say, oh, you know, poor you, that must have sucked, or that was terrible that you grew up without the luxuries of modern living. On the contrary, the way I grew up and the challenges that I've had in my life make me the man that I am. You know, oftentimes I hear from someone like, Fig, wow, how do you keep going? Well, it is very simple. I take a look at what it is that we're fighting for. I take a look at who we are fighting. I take a look at what I've dealt with personally. And to date, nothing has ever truly broken me. Yes, I've had moments. Yes, I've had times in my life where I was crippled a little bit. But crippled is not broken. Crippled is not out. Crippled is not death. You know, I've been homeless. I've had difficult times. But everything comes to pass. And so I would challenge you to look at your struggles, look at what is seemingly hard or difficult otherwise today. Look at last week. Look at 2 weeks ago. Look at the week that FLOTUS and POTUS both tweeted us en masse. Was today easier or harder than yesterday? Was today harder because you let it be harder? Was today harder because you fed the difficulty? You know, were you on Facebook today, or were you on the phone with your lawmaker? Were you on Facebook today, or were you calling a loved one to seek refuge and a smile? Were you on Facebook, or did you take a walk to clear your mind? Were you on Facebook reading about Azar and rumors, or were you taking a warm shower or a bath? Were you on Facebook, or were you on the phone with your sales rep being fed a pack of lies? Were you calling your state group? Were you calling VTA? will you look in to see how you can help? Because here's the thing, my friends. As Mr. Rogers said, look for the helpers. If you have a tough time, if you're having a difficult day, week, month, and you're feeling fearful, sad, depressed, lonely, look for the helpers. That's what Mr. Rogers said. Look for the helpers. And I promise you, there will be a change when you seek change within yourself to become a helper, to pitch in, because so long as you're working towards the solution, you're concentrating on the positive, and you will not have the time nor the inclination to dwell on the past or what is presently hindering you. So I appreciate you all. I absolutely appreciate what it is that we do. This thing that we do is very special. Look around, find your birds of a feather. You know, like Dr. Glover, you know, in the face of being forever discredited among her peers, she has put her career on the line. This is the thing that feeds her family. She could go the easy route and just toe the line, and she would probably get heap rewards from pharma, from tobacco control, or any number of other places. But she is and has been on the right side of history with honor and integrity. It's been a true honor to be on here tonight, as always, but tonight especially. It was nice to finally say some F-bombs. Kevin, brother, I love you. Patrick, I love you. Thank you for having me on. Thank you so much for all of our friends. It's always a delight on Friday night to see the names. I try to keep up with the comments. I'm just really not real good at it. I get caught up, but you know, those are my final thoughts. Like, embrace and appreciate the pain and the hardship, because that is also a wonderful part of life.
Amen.
Bot General?
Bot number 3. I'd love to get into that with all of you, but in that part of my little world, I did a thread on a tweet today. I'm not going to share the tweet specifically, but I've never really done more than one or two on my own. And Fig was talking about change, which didn't remind me, it just refreshed my memory that in that thread, I went through some very specific things from those people who put out this bot study, and I was pretty selective with both wording and link to each tweet. So I learned how to thread today in general. And as I was going through that, one thing that struck me was that, like Dr. Glover has gone through a change, and Fig just mentioned it as well, that when I did my survey part of the thread, I did that in 2014 and 15, December, January, for those of you who don't know. And I was pretty proud of it. And I sat here in the middle of December with, you know, a couple hundred people taking it, and it went to like 1,000 people the next night. And I was just dumbfounded. I was happy to get the 300 or whatever. And I turned to the one son, at least, was in here, and I said, I'm going to change the world. That was what I was trying to do at that time, for any consumer to find information from us, other consumers, Patrick and I. And although the businesses are normally consumers as well, I wanted to change the world. And when I tweeted that today with that survey, I thought that it didn't change the world, but the journey that I'm on has changed me, and those people around me have changed me. including Fig and Cherry, who I've learned from, Bruni, who's watched me do what I do since 2014, honestly. There's a few others. I don't know if they're in here or not, but Alan Beard and a couple others. So Dr. Glover was an absolute joy to have on, because along with what she did tell you, she affirmed what I already presumed or assumed, that they've been lying all along. And for me not to do a survey, or for you not to tweet something and take that risk or that chance, like the businesses that are in the chat still, like I'm going to screw it up, Mowgli Vapes out of Massachusetts, where I'm from. I'm fighting for you guys too, whether you like it or not, or you don't like my personal views is beside the point. It's the bottom line that we're looking for, to change public perception as quickly as we can while we have the spotlight. So, Patrick?
Well, I Dr. Glover mentioned social separation, something that smokers have been going through forever. I mean, ever since the Surgeon General's report, and everybody's starting to demonize smoking. You got to realize that smokers are people, right? And one of the things that our enemies do is they try to dehumanize us. And we talked about this on Twitter. If you've been following our shenanigans on Twitter, I mean, that's the first thing that a propagandist does. And I had this whole thing, on Twitter about, it's the move or the action that someone takes to make people forget that another group of people are not human. And that's what we've done to smokers. And as vapors, we're getting that now again. We went through it as smokers. We were socially separated. We were, frowned down, looked down upon. We were all these things. And now we're going through it again with these bans, with these, you can't vape here, you have to go over there, and they're slowly but surely pushing us away. And, we talk about what has happened over the last few years with this propaganda campaign, this, whatever you want to call it. It's a concerted effort to make people think something that's not true. I wrote a post today and put it on Smoke Free Radio's Facebook because it was too long for a tweet. And, I know that you believe that I can use as many words as I want in a screenshot and put it on Twitter. But I can't reduce all of my thoughts to the allowable character limit on Twitter. So I'm actually, for my final thoughts, I'm going to read this. So I started out in the words of Solomon: words kill, words give life, either poison or fruit. You choose. So over the last 6 months, we have been assaulted daily, almost hourly, with headlines. Vaping illness claims another life. Vaping found to cause cancer in mice. Vaping addiction harder to break than heroin addiction. These words are scaring smokers away from vaping. It's scaring vapors away from vaping. Vape shops are suffering. Stores are closing. Livelihoods lost. Futures stolen. Lifespans shortened. Media lies and misinformation are steering folks away from vaping and back to smoking. And the people who have spent their last few years trying to save lives, trying to help people, are now being punished and forced to shut their doors. Bans are hurting us, but shops are closing down in states that don't have flavor bans, that don't have bad legislation. Shops are closing because loss of confidence, a weaponized media has caused against vaping. Now is the time we must support local businesses that have carried the vape industry on their backs. The faces smokers see when they walk in and say, I want to quit smoking. The people who face politicians in hearings and city council meetings. Every vape shop that closes, every smoker that gives up is a future stolen away by words of poison. We must also have we also have to take on the media that has been bought and paid for with commercial dollars, the NGOs that sponsor bad legislation, and politicians that try to whittle away your right to choose. We will use our voices and words to speak truth and hope what comes from them are sweet fruits of long life and a smoke-free future. We ain't going anywhere. Because, I mean, that's ultimately what we're here for. We're not here for vaping. We're not here to keep, selling e-liquid. Those are side effects of trying to save people's lives. If we focus on saving people's lives, the money will come. It's not about money. Money is a side effect of being successful at helping people live longer lives. So anyway, love you guys. This was an amazing show. I'm so pleased that Dr. Glover came on. I love talking to Fig every Friday night. I love talking to our new brother, Kevin. I love listening to, reading your comments and, you guys joining in on the show. Have a good weekend. Enjoy your time with your family, because on Monday, it all starts again. The battle is not over. Nope. And we ain't giving up. So peace, be good. Love you. See you later.